Chapter 1084. After about 500 to 600 breaths, the two of them finally sank to the bottom of the lake. However, at the bottom of the lake, other than the dried leaves and mud that had accumulated for countless years, there was no trace of little white dragon. Fatso was secretly annoyed. Strange, it's clearly here. Why can't I find it? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, Wolf King, Winged Snow Eagle, Black Dragon Snake, Pangolin, Lu Hong, Viper, and Dan Wangkai appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone and said, "You guys heard it from the castle, right? Hurry and help find it." "All right." Everyone nodded and immediately took action. Time passed. Everyone searched for an entire hour and almost turned the entire lake upside down, but they still could not find little white dragon. Lu Hong said, "Fatso, you're not playing with us, are you?" Fatso smiled bitterly. "Madam, how would I dare to play with you guys? Then why can't you find it?" Lu Hong frowned. "I'm wondering the same thing." Fatso scanned the bottom of the lake. "What the hell? It was still here last night, but it was gone today. Where did it go?" Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked, "Have you asked Li Yan about Little White Dragon?" "Can I ask such a thing? If I ask, she'll definitely suspect that I'm targeting Little White Dragon." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Fatso. "Go back and keep an eye on Li Yan first. I'll wait here and take a look." "All right." Fatso nodded and headed towards the top of the lake. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Hong and the others and smiled. "I'll be enough here alone. You guys can go to the castle to cultivate as well." Dan Wangkai said hurriedly, "Young master, can you help me solve the problem of the pill fire as soon as possible?" He was a person who was born to refine pills. If he didn't refine pills for a day, his hands would itch. Qin Feiyang was stunned and apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot about it." After saying that, he took out a jade box and handed it to Dan Wangkai. He smiled and said, "There's a cluster of grade 6 alchemy fire inside. Take it and use it." This grade 6 elixir fire was a congratulatory gift from the chief of the Divine Python tribe during the apprenticeship ceremony. Only a grade 6 alchemy fire? Dan Wangkai was a little disappointed. "Then what rank do you want?" "7th rank. Even the main tower regards the 7th grade pill fire as a treasure. Where am I supposed to find it for you?" Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Dan Wangkai said, "But if I use a 6th grade alchemy fire, I can only refine battle chi pills with 4 veins. This will slow down everyone's cultivation speed. The more veins there were, the more energy the battle chi pill contained. Although there was only a difference of 1 between 4 and 5 elixir veins, the difference in effect was like heaven and earth." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said, "How about this, you use it first? I'll go to the trading pavilion tomorrow." "All right." Dan Wangkai nodded helplessly, then smiled and said, "What about the recipes for potential pills?" His eyes were filled with desire. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's all in the pill scripture. Go take a look yourself." "Thank you, young master." Dan Wangkai was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Didn't I say it before? If you follow me, I won't mistreat you." Of course. Dan Wangkai nodded and smiled flatteringly. Beside him, Viper also had a flattering look on his face. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the people and beasts to the ancient castle. Then, he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake and waited for Little White Dragon to appear. Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although it was already late at night, it was still as lively as ever. In a certain private room, a woman in white sat beside the coffee table. The water in the teapot was already boiling and gurgling. The fragrance of tea filled the entire room. However, the woman in white did not seem to be interested in tea at all and was frowning the entire time. Buzz. Suddenly, she took out an image crystal. Before long, the image of a middle-aged man appeared. It was the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The leader of the Divine Python tribe smiled and asked, "Madam, how's the progress?" "That's right." The woman in white was the high priestess of the Divine Python tribe. The high priestess sighed. "Don't mention it. I haven't even seen him yet." The leader of the divine python tribe frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't you go there long ago? Could it be that he doesn't want to see you?" "That's not it." The high priestess shook her head. "Then why is that?" The leader of the divine python tribe was suspicious. The high priestess said, "Ever since I entered the divine city, I've been waiting at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. But until now, he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion even once. I heard that this lad is a cultivation maniac and won't wander outside if there's nothing. Why don't you go to the main tower to look for him?" The leader of the divine python tribe asked. "According to my sources, he's staying at the Soothing Lake now. You know that place, outsiders can't enter at all. Moreover, if I go to the main tower to look for him openly, the tower master will definitely ask about it. The tower master is unfathomable. I don't want to face him unless I have no other choice." The high priestess said, "That's true." The leader of the divine python tribe nodded and said, "What about Pei? Isn't he on good terms with Ancestor Mu?" "I don't want to alarm him either. After all, this matter is related to him." The high priestess rubbed her head and said, "Doesn't Ancestor Mu have many friends?" The leader of the divine python tribe said angrily, "How can someone like him have friends? There's Fatso, but he hasn't come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion either. As for Mr. Hao, he comes here often, but I don't dare to look for him." The high priestess said, "Why are you afraid of Mr. Hao? He's a good-for-nothing. Even if you reveal a flaw, he might not be able to detect anything. The next time you see him, go to him and ask him to pass on the message to Ancestor Mu." The leader of the divine python tribe said with a hint of disdain towards Mr. Hao. The high priestess thought for a while and nodded with a smile. "You're right. I was too cautious. All right, I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you for your hard work, madam." The leader of the divine python tribe smiled. The high priestess smiled and turned off the image crystal. She went to her bedroom to rest. However, the two of them did not know that Mr. Hao, whom they had underestimated, had already been reborn and had found out about their secret. Before they knew it, the sky had turned bright. Qin Feiyang came out of the pool with a disappointed look on his face. After waiting for an entire night, he still did not see the little white dragon. If not for the fact that Fatso saw it with his own eyes, he would have doubted the existence of the little white dragon. There's still a long way to go. Let's take it slow. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun on the horizon. Then he opened the portal and walked in. East City. Trading Pavilion. Qin Feiyang came here again. It's Ancestor Mu. He's now the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master. He doesn't lack anything. Why is he still here? When people saw Qin Feiyang, they immediately retreated to the side, their faces full of awe. "Mr. Mu, is there anything I can help you with?" The staff members of the trading pavilion also rushed toward Qin Feiyang, and they didn't even bother to hide their fawning expressions. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You guys go do your own things. I'll walk around alone." The group of staff was disappointed. It was not easy for the Chief Tower Master's disciple to come to the trading pavilion. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to curry favor with him. Qin Feiyang strolled around the trading pavilion. Everything here had not changed. He was also very familiar with the faces of the staff. However, he was not used to the trading pavilion without Li He. There was a sense of strangeness. "Mr. Mu, what a rare guest." After a while, an old man in red rushed over and stopped in front of Qin Feiyang. His old face was full of smiles. "You are?" Qin Feiyang looked at the old man in red suspiciously. The old man in red cupped his hands and said with a smile, "My name is Lu Yuan. I'm the temporary manager of the East City Trading Pavilion." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The temporary manager was the temporary manager of the trading pavilion in the East City. To be able to replace Li He, this person's ability should be good. It's just that he doesn't know what kind of person he is? Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mu, if you don't mind, please take a seat in the VIP room." "Lead the way," Qin Feiyang said. Seeing Qin Feiyang agree so readily, Lu Yuan couldn't get used to it for a while. "Am I not welcome?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course you're welcome. Lu Yuan quivered and hurriedly led the way in front. Not long after, the two entered a small room. He had been to this VIP room before. It was simple and tidy. And now, although it was still tidy, there were a lot of jewelry and decorations. Obviously, it was arranged by Lu Yuan. Perhaps in Lu Yuan's view, these things could improve one's identity and status, but in Qin Feiyang's view, they were very tacky. Please take a seat. Lu Yuan invited enthusiastically. Looking at those jeweled things, Qin Feiyang had already lost interest. He waved his hand and said, "Forget about sitting. Let's get to the point." Lu Yuan was stunned and nodded with a smile. Okay, please go ahead." Qin Feiyang said, "I need a cluster of alchemy fire." "That's no problem. We have some 3rd and 4th grade alchemy fires in the trading pavilion now." Lu Yuan said. Qin Feiyang said, "What I want is not 3rd or 4th grade alchemy fire, but 7th or 8th grade alchemy fire." This, Lu Yuan was stunned and hurriedly said, "Mr. Mu, you are an alchemist. You should know how precious 7th grade alchemy fire is. Even if we have it, we will auction it. We will not trade it privately, let alone 8th grade alchemy fire. We really don't have it." "The price doesn't matter," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Yuan smiled apologetically. "It's not about the price. We really don't have it. Please forgive us, Mr. Mu." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Do the trading pavilions in West City, South City, and North City have it?" Lu Yuan said, "I don't know about that. If you have time, you can go take a look yourself. If you don't, I'm willing to help you ask." "Alright, go ahead and ask," Qin Feiyang said. "Please wait for a moment, Mr. Mu." After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left the VIP room. Qin Feiyang sat next to the tea table and frowned. If the trading pavilions did not have it, where could he find alchemy fire? Should he look for the chief tower master? Time passed quietly. Lu Yuan finally returned and said apologetically, "Mr. Mu, I'm sorry. I've asked. They don't have 7th or 8th grade alchemy fires. They do have 6th grade alchemy fires, but I don't know if Mr. Mu." Qin Feiyang stood up and said, "Forget about the 6th grade alchemy fire. Since they don't have it, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Take care, Mr. Mu." Chapter 1085. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and returned to the calm lake. Soon he received a message from Yen Wei. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yen Wei laughed. "You went to the trading pavilion just now, right? In fact, although there is no 8th grade pillfire in the trading pavilion, there is a cluster of 7th grade pillfire. It seems to have been obtained by the pavilion master some time ago." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Then why did Lu Yuan say that he didn't have it?" "Because of Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan has already told Lu Yuan and the others that as long as you go to the trading pavilion, they will say that they don't have it." Of course, if it was in the past, Lu Yuan and the others would definitely not listen to him. But now, the matter of Fu Anshan inheriting the position of deputy pavilion master has been decided, and they don't dare to go against Fu Anshan anymore. In other words, the stewards of the 4 major districts are suppressing you in disguise. Yen Wei said, "This old thing still doesn't know how to stop?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with anger. "Stop? You're thinking too much. He's still proud of himself." Yen Wei said playfully. "Then I'd like to see how long he can be proud of himself." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, pursed with a thick sense of ridicule, and then said, "Don't act rashly, I will take care of him." "I know." Yen Wei nodded. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang lowered his head for a moment and sneered, "If I let you live so comfortably until the succession ceremony 2 months later, it would be too easy for you." He walked out of the attic and arrived outside young Master Hao's door. A moment later, young Master Hao opened the door and smiled. "Are you planning to go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with me?" "Why would I go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao said, "Don't you know? Today is the day of the Dragon Phoenix wine auction." "Not interested." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why are you looking for me?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, I want to ask, where does the pavilion master live? You're looking for him? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao's eyes brightened as he asked, "Why are you looking for him? Is there something interesting?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You can say that. How about it? Are you interested in going together?" Young Master Hao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll still go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. That old man lives outside the city. If you go west with your speed, you'll see a huge valley in about an hour. He lives in that valley." "All right. Then I'll go. I also wish you the best and see the true appearance of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "True appearance?" Young Master Hao shook his head and sighed. "It's good enough to see her." Qin Feiyang looked at him. Young Master Hao's perseverance in this aspect was quite good. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen out long ago if they didn't even know what she looked like after paying so much. I'm just saying if her true appearance isn't as beautiful as you think, or even an ugly monster, can you accept it? Qin Feiyang asked. That depends on how ugly she is. If it's just average, I can accept it. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "Then I wish you good luck." After saying that, Qin Feiyang opened the teleportation gate and descended outside the city. Then he rushed straight to the west. An hour later, he indeed saw a valley. The valley was unimaginably large, covering an area of dozens of miles. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and could only be entered from above. There were also countless ferocious beasts in the forest around the valley, and they were basically all emperor beasts. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying auras coming from them. This old man really knows how to pick a place, Qin Feiyang muttered. Walking in this place was simply terrifying. A black leopard roared out. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and its emperor's might surged in the sky. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and he immediately became vigilant. But the result was beyond his expectations. The ferocious beast did not attack him, but just observed him from afar. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Suddenly, the black leopard said, "Young Master Mu, please follow me." What's going on? How do you know who I am? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. The black leopard did not answer. It turned around and flew toward the valley. Qin Feiyang followed it suspiciously. Gradually, he found that the emperor beasts lurking in the mountains were also looking at him curiously. After a while, Qin Feiyang followed the black leopard into the valley. He was immediately dumbfounded. In such a huge valley, medicinal herbs were all planted. Some were green and glistening. Some were crystal clear. They swayed in the wind, gushing with multicolored light, exuding endless vitality. Walking in the air above the valley, Qin Feiyang felt that his entire body was enveloped in a rich medicinal fragrance, making him feel refreshed. What kind of place is this? Following behind the black leopard, Qin Feiyang scanned the valley, his face full of surprise. Suddenly, he looked at a red fireglass tree. On the fiery red tree trunk, there was actually a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. He looked at a dragon saliva fruit. On the fruit, there was also a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. Beside the dragon saliva fruit, there was a 9 suns flower, which also had a tiger-shaped spirit pattern. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked all the way into the depths of the valley. He found that many medicinal herbs had tiger-shaped spirit patterns. Why are there so many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Only medicinal herbs over 10,000 years old would have tiger-shaped spirit patterns. These medicinal herbs all have owners. I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. The black leopard suddenly turned to look at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly look in its eyes. Items with owners? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. The so-called owner couldn't be the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, right? In that case, wasn't this the medicinal field of the trading pavilion? A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the center of the valley. There was a small wooden building in the middle. There were a total of 2 floors and there were no decorations, looking extremely simple. In the medicinal field beside the small wooden building, there was a white-haired old man who was taking care of the medicinal herbs with his head lowered. "It's really him," Qin Feiyang muttered. The old man was skinny and supported himself with a walking stick. Wearing an old white robe, he looked weak, but his aura was extremely terrifying. Black Robe landed in front of the old man and said respectfully, "Master, Ancestor Mu is here." "Master?" Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. "I got it." The old man chuckled but did not raise his head and continued to take care of the medicinal herbs. The black leopard turned to look at Qin Feiyang before rising into the air and flying out of the valley. Qin Feiyang looked at the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and did not know what to do for a moment. Therefore, he stood at the side and looked at him silently. A moment later, the pavilion master of the trading pavilion was finally done with his work. He stood up with his walking stick and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "Young friend, we meet again." "Greetings, senior. I hope you don't take offense at my sudden visit." Qin Feiyang cupped his fists. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion waved it off. "You're too polite. It's my honor to be a guest here." When he saw how polite the old man was, Qin Feiyang felt a little embarrassed and asked, "Senior, how did the black leopard know who I was?" The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "It's not just the black leopard. The emperor beasts outside the valley know as well." The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more confused he became. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled again. "I told them that if you came here one day, they would bring you in directly." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, you didn't come from afar just to visit an old man like me, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm sure there's a private matter that I want to discuss with you." "Then let's talk inside." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion led Qin Feiyang into the small wooden building. In front of the wooden building, there was a small open space with some flowers and plants. There was also a round stone table and 2 stone stools. "I never thought that as the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, senior, you would live such a simple life." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "I'm already so old. What else can I do? Now, I just want to have some peace and quiet." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and pointed to the stone stools. "Young friend, please take a seat." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat on the stone stools. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion asked with a smile while making tea, "Young friend, your trip to Qinghai was quite smooth, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "Thank you for your concern, senior. It was quite smooth." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said, "Young friend, have you seen someone called Tan Jing?" "Who is Tan Jing?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Tan Jing died in his hands. Of course, he knew who it was, but he certainly could not admit it now. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and said, "I heard from the chief pavilion master that the alchemy fire was snatched away by your big brother in the end. Tan Jing should have died in his hands too." "I don't know about that. Why don't I help you ask when I have time?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's not necessary. People have to pay a price for what they want." "Young friend, please have some tea." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled faintly and pushed a teacup in front of Qin Feiyang. "Senior, you are detached from worldly affairs. I admire you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, then picked up the teacup and tasted it. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he praised, "Not bad. There is a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs in the natural tea fragrance. It has a unique flavor. Young friend, please look over there." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion pointed to the medicine field on the left. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a small green tree growing in the medicine field. That was not a medicinal herb. It was a tea tree. "Those are the tea trees that I cultivated myself when I had nothing to do. Although they are all ordinary tea trees, under the influence of the medicinal fragrance all year round, each leaf has a natural medicinal fragrance. I'm not bragging, but it tastes better than the so-called good tea outside. If you like it, I can give you some later." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion said with a smile. "Thank you very much." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. It seems that young friend is also a tea lover. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion smiled and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young friend, what are you here for this time?" Chapter 1086. The master of the trading pavilion looked down at the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir suspiciously. Immediately, he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and said, "Isn't this the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The master of the trading pavilion said suspiciously, "Why did you take out this elixir? Did you think that the auction price was too high? Do you want to return it now?" Return it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did that mean? "Young friend, we have a rule in the trading pavilion. Once something is sold, it can't be returned." "Of course. I can also buy this Jianghu yellow dragon elixir, but the price," the master of the trading pavilion said with a smile. "Wait." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and interrupted the master of the trading pavilion. He said with a strange expression, "Senior, you don't think that I bought it from the auction in the trading market before, do you?" The master of the trading pavilion was stunned and asked, "Isn't it? Only the trading pavilion has auctioned the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir before." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This old man was really cute. "Senior, it's true that only the trading pavilion has auctioned the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir before, but I want to ask you, who got this Jianghu yellow dragon elixir from?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "I don't know. The only one who knows is Li He, but he's dead now." The master of the trading pavilion sighed. It was his biggest regret that he couldn't find the person who refined the Jianghu yellow dragon elixir. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He had made it so obvious, but the old man still couldn't see through it. This old man was too slow. He didn't talk nonsense and took out another Jianghu yellow dragon elixir. "Young friend, you actually bid for so much back then?" The master of the trading pavilion didn't understand Qin Feiyang's meaning and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and took out another elixir. Tisk, young friend, you're really rich," the master of the trading pavilion exclaimed. "You haven't comprehended it yet?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. However, he also knew that it was not the pavilion master's fault. It was just that the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill was too miraculous and heaven-defying. It was normal for the old man to think that he had obtained it through bidding. Without another word, he took out another 29 Chu yellow dragon pills. In addition to the previous 3, there were a total of 23. What? So many? The transaction pavilion's pavilion master abruptly stood up and stared at the 23 9 melody yellow dragon pills on the table, dumbfounded. Suddenly, he recalled that Li had never auctioned off so many Jianghu yellow dragon pills before. Could it be? He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying in surprise, "Could it be that you were the one who gave Li He's 9 Chu yellow dragon pill?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Where did you get it?" The transaction pavilion's pavilion master shuddered and asked hurriedly. He had not thought that it was refined by Qin Feiyang. He only thought that someone gave it to Qin Feiyang or that Qin Feiyang found it by chance somewhere. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was speechless once more. "Young friend, I really want to know who refined the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill. If you're willing to tell me the truth, I'll definitely repay you with a generous gift." The transaction pavilion's pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Senior, why don't you think about it? I'm the one who refined the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill." "You refined it?" The transaction pavilion's pavilion master was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "I have to admit that you're extremely talented in cultivation. However, I'm not looking down on you, but you definitely can't refine the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. "Because even I haven't seen the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill before, let alone you," the transaction pavilion's pavilion master said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, but I was really the one who refined the 9 Chu yellow dragon pill." "Don't joke around," the transaction pavilion's pavilion master said with a smile. "I'm not joking," Qin Feiyang said. The transaction pavilion's pavilion master frowned and looked at the 23 Chu yellow dragon pills again. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You really refined them?" "It seems that it's difficult to convince the old senior." Qin Feiyang simply took out the netherworld demonic flame and the fire Luan cauldron. The transaction pavilion's pavilion master was surprised. Qin Feiyang got up and said, "Senior, please turn around and wait for me to refine the spirit liquid before turning back." He did this because he did not want the old man to know about the medicinal herbs of the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. The transaction pavilion master glanced at him and quickly turned around. He also couldn't wait to know if the 9-chew yellow dragon pill was refined by the kid in front of him. Qin Feiyang took out a set of medicinal herbs and directly opened the furnace to refine pills. In less than 50 breaths, the spirit liquid of various medicinal herbs was refined. Qin Feiyang said, "You can look at it now." After refining the spirit liquid, the medicinal herbs would turn into ashes and the transaction pavilion master would not know what medicinal herbs it was. The transaction pavilion master hurriedly turned around and walked in front of Qin Feiyang, looking down at the spirit liquid in the pill furnace. So much? At that moment, his gaze trembled slightly. There were at least 50 to 60 drops of spirit liquid in the fire Luan cauldron. In other words, the 9-chew yellow dragon pill required at least 50 to 60 kinds of medicinal herbs. He watched Qin Feiyang fuse the spirit liquid step by step. Qin Feiyang's proficient alchemy technique and his calm demeanor gave him a fright again. Crash! All of a sudden, the pill furnace shone brightly and a strong pill fragrance wafted over, invigorating one. Swoosh! Immediately after, a stream of light swept out of the pill furnace. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and caught it in his palm. The transaction pavilion master stared at Qin Feiyang's hand. He was nervous. He was looking forward to it. "Senior, watch carefully." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and extended his hand in front of the transaction pavilion master, opening his palm slowly. The transaction pavilion master's pupils constricted bit by bit. Finally, when the elixir in Qin Feiyang's palm appeared before his eyes, his pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock. It was really the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. And there were 7 pill patterns. Was this a dream? The 7 pill patterns shone brightly and almost blinded his eyes. He swallowed his saliva. There was a rumble in his head. He didn't know how to express the shock in his heart at this moment. This man's martial arts talent was already beyond the reach of countless monsters in the Central Divine Kingdom, but he didn't expect that his alchemy talent was also so terrifying. Was he still human? For a long time, the transaction pavilion master couldn't come back to his senses and was shocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put away all the Jianghu yellow dragon pills, as well as the pill furnace and pill fire. He asked with a smile, "Senior, do you believe me now?" The transaction pavilion master shuddered and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. He cupped his hands and said, "Young friend, I didn't recognize you before. Please forgive me." "It's understandable." Qin Feiyang smiled. The transaction pavilion master shook his head and sighed. Everyone thought that the person who refined the Jianghu yellow dragon pills must be an extremely powerful and mysterious expert. Who would have thought that it was actually you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Young friend, please take a seat." The transaction pavilion master's attitude was even more polite than the chief tower master's. Qin Feiyang sat back on the stone bench and picked up the teacup. He didn't speak anymore and drank the tea silently. He had achieved the effect he wanted. Now he only needed to wait for the transaction pavilion master to speak. The transaction pavilion master was also a shrewd old man. Naturally, he could see Qin Feiyang's motive. He said, "Young friend, just say it. How can we continue to supply the Jianghu yellow dragon pills to the transaction pavilion?" Since Li He's death, there were no more Jianghu yellow dragon pills. The transaction pavilion's popularity was declining day by day. So no matter what, he had to persuade Qin Feiyang to put the Jianghu yellow dragon pills up for auction in the transaction pavilion. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and smiled. "Not long ago, I went to the Eastern City Transaction Pavilion to buy a cluster of 7th grade pill fire." The transaction pavilion master was stunned and asked, "Lu Yuan didn't sell it to you?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that he didn't sell it, it's that he didn't have it." The transaction pavilion master said suspiciously, "That's not right. I just happened to get a cluster of 7th grade pill fire some time ago. How could I not have it? Qin Feiyang said, not only did Lu Yuan say that he didn't have it, but even the people of the Western City, Southern City, and Northern City also said that they didn't have it. Why is that? Could it have been auctioned off? But that's not right. If it was really auctioned off, they would report it to me as soon as possible. The transaction pavilion master frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, whether it was auctioned off or not, I don't know, but I received a rumor that Fu Anshan and the other 3 stewards are secretly banning me. What? Did they eat a leopard's guts? The transaction pavilion master was furious. Senior, I'm very grateful to you for giving me the Fire Luan Cauldron, but this matter makes me very uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said. The transaction pavilion master's heart skipped a beat, and he said solemnly, little friend, don't worry. I'll definitely investigate this matter. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile and said, then I'll wait and see. However, don't cancel Fu Anshan's position as the deputy pavilion master. Ask him to come to me. In addition, please keep the matter of the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill a secret for the time being. I understand. The transaction pavilion master nodded. Qin Feiyang then got up and cupped his hands. Then I still have something to do, so I won't disturb you. The transaction pavilion master nodded and got up to send him off. Then, as if he thought of something, he stretched out his hand and said, little friend, please wait. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The transaction pavilion master took out 3 exquisite jade boxes from his Jianghu bag. The jade boxes were the size of an adult's palm. These are the tea leaves that I made myself. Please accept them. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion handed the 3 jade boxes to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, thank you, senior. I won't stand on ceremony. He really liked this kind of tea leaves. After putting away the 3 jade boxes, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and left. When the portal disappeared, the transaction pavilion master's face sank and he took out an image crystal. Buzz. Fu Anshan's figure appeared and bowed. Greetings, pavilion master. The transaction pavilion master said in a deep voice, call Lu Yuan and the other 2 and come to me immediately. What's wrong, sir? Fu Anshan was surprised. Cut the crap. If it's not 10 breaths, all of you can scram. The transaction pavilion master shouted. Fu Anshan's eyes trembled and he quickly said, sir, please calm down. I'll call them now. After saying that, the illusory figure dissipated. What a bastard! The transaction pavilion master was about to go crazy. Chapter 1087. In less than 7 breaths, Fu Anshan and the other 3 appeared in front of the trading pavilion master and bowed respectfully. Apart from Fu Anshan and Lu Yuan, the other 2 were a red-haired old man and a stooped old woman in black. The old woman in black said suspiciously, Pavilion master, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Did something big happen? You still have the face to ask me? The trading pavilion master was furious. The old woman in black's face froze. Why did it sound like she had made a big mistake? But she didn't remember what she had done wrong? The trading pavilion master glanced at the 4 of them and said in a deep voice, let me ask you, are you banning Ancestor Mu? The 4 of them were shocked. How did the pavilion master know? Could it be that someone told him? Fu Anshan hurriedly said, Sir, your words scared us. How could we have the guts to ban the chief tower master's disciple? How dare you deceive me? Ancestor Mu came to find me personally and said that he would go to the trading pavilion to buy a cluster of 7th grade pill fire. But Lu Yuan, how did you tell him? The trading pavilion master said in a deep voice. The 4 of them were shocked. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually come to find the pavilion master for such a small matter. Lu Yuan, I'm very disappointed in you. You're only temporarily managing the East City Trading Pavilion and you dare to deceive me. If you really become the manager of the East City Trading Pavilion, won't you be able to cover the sky with one hand? The Trading Pavilion master shouted. Lu Yuan's face turned pale and he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Sir, I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. The Trading Pavilion master said, There's nothing to say. You've reached the end of your temporary management. Don't. Pavilion master, this was all ordered by Fu Anshan. Lu Yuan hurriedly mentioned Fu Enshan. Fu Enshan's expression changed and he shouted, Lu Yuan, don't slander me. Shut up, when was it your turn to speak? The trading pavilion master raised his eyebrows and shouted. Fu Enshan's body trembled and he did not dare to speak anymore. The pavilion master looked at Lu Yuan and said in a low voice, Continue. Fu Enshan secretly transmitted his voice, Lu Yuan, if you dare to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite to you. You're welcome? It's because I listened to your slanderous words that I ended up like this. You still have the nerve to threaten me? Lu Yuan looked at Fu Enshan with hatred. Then he looked at the pavilion master and said, Mr. Fu Enshan told me to kill Ancestor Mu. He even threatened me that if I didn't do as he said, he would kick me out after he became the vice pavilion master. The pavilion master glanced at Fu Enshan. Fu Enshan also quivered and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Master, he is spouting nonsense, please judge clearly. As he spoke, he gave a subtle glance to the black-clothed old woman and the red-haired old man. The two of them looked at each other and were about to speak up to help Fu Enshan. But at this moment, Lu Yuan took out the image crystal and looked at the pavilion master. My lord, this lowly one's image crystal contains the words Fu Enshan used to threaten me. You bastard, you actually dare to do this? Fu Enshan immediately looked at Lu Yuan gloomily. Lu Yuan secretly sneered, dealing with an old fox like you, of course I have to be careful. Pavilion master, it was indeed Fu Enshan who forced us to kill Ancestor Mu. Back then, Ancestor Mu caused the death of his son, Fu Xiong, in Qinghai City, so he held a grudge against him. My lord, we are helpless as well. Please show mercy. Hearing that Lu Yuan had actually recorded Fu Enshan's threat, the black-clothed old woman and the red-haired old man immediately changed their words. Because this was a good opportunity to take down Fu Enshan. As long as Fu Enshan fell, they would have the chance to succeed the position of vice pavilion master. The pavilion master's face darkened as he shouted, Fu Enshan, what else do you have to say? Fu Enshan was terrified to the extreme and begged, My lord, this lowly one was wrong, this lowly one will never dare to do it again, please give this lowly one another chance. After doing such a thing, you still want this old man to give you a chance? The pavilion master was furious and said, This old man let you succeed the position of vice pavilion master to let you manage the transaction pavilion well, not to let you use your position to take revenge. If you don't even have this bit of awareness, do you still deserve to be the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion? I think it's better to choose someone else. Fu Enshan laid weakly on the ground, his face filled with despair. Lu Yuan and the other two were secretly delighted in their hearts. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion snorted coldly and was about to announce that Fu Enshan was disqualified from succeeding the position of vice pavilion master. But suddenly, he frowned again. He thought of what Qin Feiyang said before he left. Don't remove Fu Enshan. What did he mean by that? What did Qin Feiyang want? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a trace of understanding appeared on his old face. He looked at Fu Enshan and said, All right, this old man will give you another chance. Thank you, my lord. Fu Enshan immediately became spirited again and shed tears of gratitude. Lu Yuan and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but be secretly annoyed. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion said, Immediately go find Ancestor Mu and beg for his forgiveness. If you can't do it, then you can forget about the position of vice pavilion master forever. This, Fu Enshan was dumbfounded. Lu Yuan and the other two secretly laughed again. One had to know. Qin Feiyang and Fu Enshan had long been at odds. How could Qin Feiyang forgive him? Therefore, in their opinion, the pavilion master was deliberately pushing Fu Enshan onto the path of no return. In other words, Fu Enshan was destined to fail in succeeding the position of vice pavilion master. What's wrong? You can't do it? The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion said with a dark face. I can do it. Fu Enshan hurriedly nodded. He could only brace himself and agree. Then hurry up and go. And the three of you, pay attention to this old man in the future. If something like this happens again, this old man will not let you off easily. Scram! The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion shouted. The four of them nodded and hurriedly stood up to open the teleportation gate and left. Just as the four of them left, a white-haired old man in black clothes walked out from the small wooden building behind them. This person was old and clumsy. Both of his hands were holding onto crutches. When he walked, he was trembling. There was not the slightest bit of aura around his body, as if he was about to die. After the black-clothed old man appeared, he looked at the pavilion master of the transaction pavilion and laughed hoarsely, "Lord is wise. Why did you come out?" The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion hurriedly turned around and walked forward to support the black-clothed old man. There was a trace of blame in his eyes. "Anyway, we're all about to die. Instead of sitting in the house every day, we might as well come out and take a good look at the scenery outside." The black-clothed old man laughed. This person was the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion. "Don't give up on yourself, okay? Listen to me, hurry up and deal with the mundane matters on hand, then seal yourself. When I step into the false god realm in the future, I might be able to find a way to help you extend your life." The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion advised. "We'll talk about it later." The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, "I was quite worried just now. You directly announced that Fu Enshan would be disqualified as the vice pavilion master. You can see that too?" The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion asked. "Ancestor Mu's ambition doesn't lie here. He wants to torture Fu Anshan. This little guy's methods are a little scary. I can imagine how difficult Fu Anshan's life will be in the future. However, if Fu Anshan can really get his forgiveness, it means that Fu Anshan does have some means. It's not impossible for him to continue to take over this old man's position." The black-clothed old man laughed. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion nodded and said, "Fu Anshan is still capable, but he's too arrogant." That's right. When Ancestor Mu first came to the Divine City, the first person he looked for was him. Unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity and let Li He take advantage of it. As for Li He, to be honest, this old man didn't think highly of him in the past. But after some investigation, I found out that this person had always been diligent and never liked to be arrogant. He was also very kind to others. In terms of ability, he was not inferior to Fu Anshan and the others. It's a pity that he died an unnatural death. The black-clothed old man sighed, his old face full of regret. "In short, the two of us are still too tacky. We like others to flatter us in front of us. And this Li He is not that kind of person. His presence is extremely low." The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion smiled bitterly. "If it weren't for Ancestor Mu's appearance, I'm afraid we would never have noticed him. So we have to change this." The black-clothed old man said. "Let's not talk about it. I'll accompany you for a walk." The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion smiled. The black-clothed old man nodded. "Lu Yuan, that damn bastard, he actually betrayed me." North City. The transaction pavilion. Fu Anshan sat in front of his desk and flew into a rage. Yen Wei stood at the side and laughed gloatingly. Then he said, "Sir, this is a little strange." "What's strange?" Fu Anshan turned to look at him suspiciously. Yen Wei said, "Although Ancestor Mu went to look for the pavilion master, he didn't know that we were banning him." "That's right." Fu Anshan was stunned and said in surprise, "Are you saying that someone is leaking information behind the scenes?" "It's very possible." Yen Wei nodded. He was trying to distance himself from the matter. Because, other than Fu Anshan and the other three, he was the only one who knew about this. When Fu Anshan calmed down, he might start to suspect him. But now, after hearing what he said, Fu Anshan would naturally ignore him and suspect Lu Yuan and the other two. Fu Anshan asked, "Then who do you think is the most likely?" "I think that all three of them are possible. Because they are all coveting the position of Deputy Pavilion Master." Yen Wei said calmly. Fu Anshan sighed deeply and said regretfully, "I'm really smart for a lifetime but stupid for a moment. I clearly know that the three of them are hiding something in their hearts, but I still instigated them to deal with Ancestor Mu at this time. Isn't this giving them a chance?" Sir, it's too late to regret it now. The most important thing right now is to think of a way to get Ancestor Mu's forgiveness as soon as possible, because there's not much time left until the succession ceremony. As long as we deal with Ancestor Mu, there's still a chance. Otherwise, I'm afraid that everything you've done will be for naught. Yan Wei said anxiously. I know, but I really don't know how to deal with him. Fu Anshan rubbed his head, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Yan Wei said, At this time, sir, you don't have to care about your face anymore, lower your posture and beg him. As long as you show your sincerity, I believe that he will definitely forgive you. Fu Anshan's old face was unsettled. Shua. Suddenly. He stood up and nodded, All right, I'll go beg him now. After I succeed to the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, I'll make him repay me 100 times over. With that, he opened the teleportation gate and walked in without looking back. Still thinking about the position of Deputy Pavilion Master? You're thinking too much. After the teleportation gate dissipated, Yan Wei shook his head and ridiculed, his face full of disdain. Chapter 1088. At the same time, Martial Artist Mountain Range. Inside Li Yan's cave. Qin Feiyang sat at a stone table, looked at Li Yan opposite him, and asked with a smile, Did Nye Xiaoyong still come to harass you? Aren't you asking the obvious? You've already said so, yet he still dares to harass me. Isn't he looking for trouble? Li Yan rolled her eyes at him. Fatso said impatiently, Boss, don't beat around the bush, just ask directly. Li Yan was slightly stunned, looked at the two of them suspiciously, and asked, What do you want to know? Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, About Little White Dragon. Before Qin Feiyang could finish, Li Yan's face turned cold and said angrily, I knew you didn't have good intentions, let me tell you, don't even think about it, please leave immediately. Fatso said helplessly, Sister Li Yan, we don't have any ill intentions, we just want to know out of curiosity, why are you so angry? Li Yan turned her spearhead to Fatso and said, I haven't said anything about you yet? You must be the one who told Ancestor Mu. Fatso said, Such a big matter, I definitely have to inform boss. I don't know anything. Li Yan snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and said, After being together for so long, you still don't trust us? Li Yan said, One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said, Are you really not going to say it? Then don't blame me. What do you want to do? Li Yan looked at him warily. You should be able to guess what I want to do. Qin Feiyang said. Bastard. If you dare to reveal the matter of Little White Dragon, I won't let you off. Li Yan shouted angrily, gnashing her teeth. Fatso went up and chuckled, Sister Li Yan, let me kindly remind you, my boss is really not afraid of you not letting him off. You? Li Yan glared at Fatso angrily. Fatso said, just tell us. It's not like we're outsiders. Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret for you. Li Yan glanced at the two of them gloomily. A moment later, Li Yan asked, Will you really keep it a secret for me? A man's words carry enormous weight. Fatso patted his chest and said. Qin Feiyang also nodded. All right, I'll tell you. Li Yan weakly returned to the stool and said, Actually, I don't know the origin of the Little White Dragon, nor do I know why it is in the main tower. Fatso frowned. Aren't you very familiar with it? Li Yan said, Yes, but when I met it, it was already in the main tower. When did you meet it? Qin Feiyang asked. Half a year ago. One night when I came back from outside, I saw a white shadow wandering around the Martial Artist Mountain Range, so I followed it down and found that it was the legendary Divine Dragon. When the Little White Dragon saw me, it didn't show any fear and quickly became intimate with me. I also asked it where it came from, but it looked confused. It probably didn't understand what I was talking about. Li Yan said, This is too strange. There are powerhouses guarding each entrance of the main tower, and there are even more powerhouses inside the main tower. How did it sneak in? Could it be someone's pet? Fatso was surprised. It shouldn't be. Because I've been with it for so long, I haven't seen it with anyone. Li Yan shook her head. I don't think so either. After all, the little white dragon is a real divine dragon. If it really had a master, how could it be released? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, then it can't have jumped out of a stone. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, then looked at Li Yan and said, last night, I went to the pool to look for it, but I didn't see it after waiting for a whole night. What's going on? Humph. You actually went to look for it behind my back. You really don't have good intentions. However, it's impossible for you to find it. Li Yan snorted coldly. But Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Yan said, because the pool is not its habitat. Fatso asked, then where is its habitat? I don't know either. Every time it appears, it is in a different place. In short, except for me, no one can find it. Li Yan looked at the two of them proudly. The two of them looked at each other. Li Yan could find it, but no one else could. Wasn't this too bizarre? Fatso wondered, how did you find it? Li Yan said, there's no harm in telling you because you can't imitate it. I can find it because of telepathy. What the hell? The two of them were shocked. Telepathy. Li Yan said again. Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang and Fatso both had a look of disbelief. Telepathy? How was this possible? Little White Dragon and Li Yan were not oviparous siblings. How could there be telepathy? It's true. I'm not lying to you. During the day, I can't sense it, but at night, I can clearly sense its location. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to find it at night. Li Yan said. But the two of them nodded repeatedly. They couldn't ask for more. But why should I take you to find it? Isn't this pushing it to the fire? No, just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Yan saw their expressions and realized that something was wrong. She quickly waved her hand and said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wasn't this little girl deliberately making fun of them? Li Yan said lightly, in short, I won't give you any chance. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, got up and said, well, take me there when you think it through. I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cave. Fatso quickly chased out and frowned. You're leaving? Qin Feiyang said, what are you staying here for? Take good care of her. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. Fatso pursed his lips. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal moved. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and young Master Hao's shadow appeared, his face full of ridicule. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, looking at your expression, you should have encountered something interesting, right? Young Master Hao chuckled and said, it's very interesting. The high priest of the divine python tribe wants to see you. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, where? Longfeng Pavilion. Young Master Hao said. It seems that she has been waiting for a long time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Senior Brother Mu, you're here. At this time, not far away in the void, a surprised voice sounded. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a young man in black running towards him. Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of suspicion. He looked at young Master Hao and said, it seems that someone is looking for me. That's it. After saying that, he put away the image crystal. The young man in black broke through the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. You are? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. The young man in black smiled obsequiously and said, I'm a disciple of the Warrior Mountain Range. My name is Wang Er. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had never interacted with this person before. He asked, Senior Brother Wang, what's the matter? No, how would I dare to be your senior brother? Just call me Junior Brother. Wang Er waved his hand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. This person was older than him and had entered the main pagoda earlier than him. He was actually willing to be his junior brother. Strength and status could indeed change a person. Qin Feiyang said, if you have something to say, just say it. The steward of the Northern City Trading Pavilion is here. He specifically said that he wants to see you. He also said that he won't leave until he sees you. So I wanted to inform Senior Brother Fatty and let him pass the message to you. I didn't expect you to be here. Wang Er said. Fatso said unhappily, Hey, what are you talking about? Although being fat is my characteristic, you can't just call me Senior Brother Fatty, right? Sorry. Wang Er smiled apologetically. Fatso rolled his eyes at him and looked at Qin Feiyang. Boss, do you want to meet him? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, I'm not interested, but you can go and tell him that standing there is not sincerity. Understood. Fatty chuckled mischievously, then opened the teleportation gate and left. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands towards Wang Er and thanked him, then opened the teleportation gate and left. He actually thanked me? Wang Er was stunned and a little flattered. Main Pagoda. Pill Pagoda Square. At this moment, countless disciples had gathered and were curiously looking at Fu Anshan, who was standing in the middle of the square. The succession ceremony is coming soon. Why is he here looking for Ancestor Mu instead of preparing properly? Everyone was suspicious. Swish. Fatso appeared out of thin air and stood in the air above the square. Fatso is here. Why are you afraid of him? Isn't it because he has Ancestor Mu as his backer? If Ancestor Mu were to back him up, what would he amount to? Some were afraid. Some were disdainful. Hearing those discussions, Fatso raised his eyebrows and his saint aura erupted. For a moment, the square fell into dead silence. Those who were disdainful before were now filled with shock. He had actually stepped into the Battle Saint realm. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, Fat Lord has already stepped into the Battle Saint realm. It's just that he doesn't want to go to the sacred land and has been hiding his cultivation. Do you really think I'm just relying on boss? Fatso sneered. Stepped into the Battle Saint realm long ago? Don't want to go to the sacred land? Everyone was petrified on the spot. The sacred land was a place all the disciples of the main pagoda wanted to go, but this person actually hid his cultivation and didn't want to go. Was there something wrong with his brain? Fatso withdrew his saint aura and said lightly, Fat Lord's pursuit and ideals are not something you ordinary people can understand. Everyone's face twitched. Will you die if you don't act cool? Fatso's gaze turned and looked down at Fu Anshan. He joked, Chief Steward Fu, we meet again. A cold light flashed in the depths of Fu Anshan's eyes. He cupped his hands and smiled. Brother, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been? When did we become so close? Thinking back, when we first came here and went to the trading pavilion for the first time, what did you say? Fatso looked at him playfully. Fu Anshan licked his face and said with a smile, Brother, it was all this old man's fault. This old man will apologize to you in front of everyone. I hope you won't hold a grudge. Chief Steward Fu is about to succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, yet you still apologize to a small figure like me. How magnanimous! Chapter 1089. The people in the plaza looked at each other in dismay. Fatso's words could be said to be a blatant mockery. But they couldn't figure it out. With Fu Anshan's brain, it was impossible for him not to hear it, but why wasn't he angry? Fatso said, Manager Fu, I heard that you are looking for my boss? Fu Anshan endured his anger and nodded, Yes, please inform him. I'm sorry. My boss is not free right now. Also, is this your sincerity? If that's the case, then even if I help you inform him, my boss might not even see you. Fatso teased. Then, according to brother, what is considered sincerity? Fu Anshan asked with a smile. You can still laugh? Has this old fellow been kicked silly by a donkey? People muttered. Fatso chuckled and bared his teeth. All right, since you are so modest, I will give you a clear path. Kneel, as long as you kneel here, I am sure that boss will come out to see you sooner or later. Fu Anshan's heart was immediately filled with a monstrous rage. At the same time, the disciples in the plaza were also completely stunned. One had to know. Whether it was Fu Anshan's prestige or status in the Central Divine Kingdom, it was not something that this Fatso could compare to. He actually dared to make him kneel? Even if he had the support of the Mu ancestor, wasn't this a bit too much? Simply put, this was no longer a matter of Fu Anshan's personal dignity, but the face of the entire transaction pavilion. Moreover, Fu Anshan was someone who was about to become the vice pavilion master of the transaction pavilion, so it was impossible for him to do such a thing that would ruin his image. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Fatso was purely enjoying himself. What? He actually, Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded, filled with disbelief. Everyone looked at Fu Anshan in unison, only to see that the previously furious Fu Anshan was actually kneeling on the ground. In an instant, everyone was dumbstruck. He actually knelt down. What is he thinking? Doesn't he know that this kneeling will cause his reputation to be ruined? Oh my God! What the hell is he doing? People went crazy. Just what was it that made Fu Anshan kneel down regardless of his dignity? Even the law-enforcing elder who was guarding the teleportation altar widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Kneel properly and don't try to play tricks. Otherwise, even if I help you, the boss won't see you. Fatso chuckled and glanced at the disciples in the square proudly. Then he turned around and left. Today's humiliation, in the future, I will repay it 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times. Fu Anshan lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. His old eyes were filled with killing intent. Whether or not he met Qin Feiyang, whether or not he would succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, from now on he would become the laughingstock of the world. It was all because of this one kneel. Longfeng House. Young Master Mu, please come inside. When Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the door, 2 workers immediately came forward to greet him. Where is young Master Hao? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. One of the workers said, Young Master Hao is still at the same place. I'll bring you up. Qin Feiyang nodded. Under the guidance of the worker, Qin Feiyang entered a room on the top floor. This room was adjacent to the room of the young lady of the Longfeng House. In the room, apart from young Master Hao, there was also a middle-aged woman. She was the high priest of the divine python tribe. The worker was very tactful and did not enter the room. He stood outside the door and asked, Young Master Mu, what would you like to drink? No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Okay, I'll go back to work. If you need anything, call me. After saying that, the worker closed the door and turned to leave. The high priest immediately stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Senior, let's talk later. Let me have a sip of tea first. With that, Qin Feiyang walked to young Master Hao's side. Young Master Hao immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Too many things have happened today. I'm exhausted. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair, took the teacup, and took a sip. Then he shook his head and sighed. Young Master Hao said, Then why are you still free to come here? I can't help it. Senior High Priest has come personally. If I don't come, wouldn't it seem too rude of me? Isn't that right, Senior? Qin Feiyang looked at the High Priest and chuckled. If you're really busy, we can meet another day. The High Priest smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, How can I do that? No matter how busy I am, I won't let Senior wait. The High Priest smiled, but it was a forced smile. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, tell me now. Why are you looking for me? The High Priest turned to look at young Master Hao. Young Master Hao held the teacup and drank leisurely, pretending not to see anything. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Senior, young Master Hao is not an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it. The High Priest hesitated. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in young Master Hao's arms rang. Young Master Hao was stunned and took out the image crystal. Buzz. A beautiful figure appeared. It was Wang Yu. Young Master Hao asked suspiciously, Sister, what are you doing? Wang Yu said angrily, Go and ask Ancestor Mu, what's going on with Fu Anshan? Why is he kneeling in front of our main pagoda? What? Fu Anshan is kneeling in front of the main pagoda? The High Priest was surprised. Young Master Hao was also a little stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said to Wang Yu, He's with me. Ask him yourself. With that, young Master Hao turned the image crystal and faced Qin Feiyang. He really knelt down? Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Wang Yu said, Of course, it's already a big deal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. This old man was really willing to do anything for the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. But thinking about it, it made sense. For the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, Fu Anshan could be said to have done everything. If he failed because of this, even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu and said indifferently, "If he wants to kneel, then kneel. Why are you so angry? What about him? It has nothing to do with me. But he is the steward of the transaction pavilion after all, and he is also the successor of the next deputy pavilion master. How can you make him kneel in front of our main pagoda? At that time, how will others talk about you behind your back? How will they talk about our main pagoda? Most importantly, if the pavilion master of the transaction pavilion finds out about this, he will definitely come looking for trouble with you." Wang Yu said. Qin Feiyang stared blankly and asked, "Are you concerned about me? Get lost. Who has the time to care about you? In short, hurry up and get rid of Fu Anshan for me. My grandfather and parents have already begun to ask me." After Wang Yu said that, she angrily turned off the image crystal. Wasn't this nonsense? Didn't he have any sense of propriety? Young Master Hao put away the image crystal and asked suspiciously, "Brother Mu, what's going on?" "Fu Anshan and the other 3 stewards banned me, so I went to find the pavilion master of the transaction pavilion. I think it should be the pavilion master who asked him to come and apologize. But I didn't expect him to be so sincere and actually kneel in front of the main pagoda. I don't know what to say." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What? Even the pavilion master of the transaction pavilion thinks so highly of him?" The high priest's heart trembled. Who could stop the rise of this man? Ban? Young Master Hao looked suspicious, but the high priest was here, so he couldn't ask. Qin Feiyang looked at the high priest and said with a smile, "Senior, as you can see, I am indeed too busy. If you have something to say it quickly." "Well?" The high priest hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "Little brother, tell me, what do I have to do to destroy that video?" Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said meaningfully, "This video is very valuable. I really can't bear to destroy it. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Besides, we know that we were wrong now. Please be kind and give us a way out." The high priest looked at him pleadingly. "Actually, you should look for Pei because as long as he forgives you, you don't have to be afraid of this video being exposed anymore." Qin Feiyang said. The high priest said, "I have always treated her as my own son. I don't want him to know about this because it will be a huge blow to him." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Then you should have killed him back then." The high priest's expression was extremely ugly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said impatiently, "All right, I can destroy this video if you give me a grade 7 pill fire." When he received young Master Hao's message, he had already thought of where to get a grade 7 pill fire. It was the Divine Python tribe. As a super tribe, they would definitely have a grade 7 pill fire. "Really?" The high priest was elated. Qin Feiyang nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you now." The high priestess waved her hand, and a cluster of beautiful pill fire appeared. The high priest of every tribe was in charge of refining pills. Hence, he usually carried his pill fire with him. Qin Feiyang said, "Erase the blood contract and give it to me." "This," the high priest frowned. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Don't worry, there's no need for me to lie to you. I won't do something like that either." "All right, I believe you." The high priest nodded and erased the blood contract directly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the pill fire flew to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also took out the image crystal. With a thought, he erased the video. "Did you really erase it?" The high priest looked at him nervously. Qin Feiyang said, "I've always been a man of my words. If you want me to crush the image crystal, that's absolutely impossible." "Thank you." The high priest let out a long breath and stood up with cupped fists. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have to thank me. I just hope that you've really repented. Otherwise, even without this video, I'll make the Divine Python tribe suffer." "Is that so? Let's wait and see then." The high priest sneered and opened a portal to leave. Previously, she had been humble because the other party had something on her. Now that she had nothing on her, what was she afraid of? Young Master Hao said in disgust. She turned hostile immediately after the video was destroyed. "This woman is really too much." Don't tell me you really believe the nonsense she said before? Let me tell you, a leopard can't change its spots. Qin Feiyang sneered. Chapter 1090. It's just a show. Young Master Hao sneered and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, "That's not right. Aren't the images in my hands? Why do you have them?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "When I accompanied Pei Yi to the 9 regions to retrieve Pei Changfeng's body, I already got a video from a tribe." "Wasn't that before we went to Qinghai?" Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao said, "So, you already knew about the leader of the Divine Python tribe?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Young Master Hao cursed angrily, "Damn, you're really cunning. You even kept us in the dark." "I have to keep a trump card." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's true. For example, this time, after Fu Anshan, you also destroyed the video. The leader of the Divine Python tribe must think that he can rest easy now, but he doesn't know that I still have a video in my hands." Young Master Hao said with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Wrong, Fu Anshan didn't destroy the video. He also has a trump card." Young Master Hao was stunned and said with a smile, "Damn, this old fox is more cunning than you." "What do you mean by more cunning than me? Am I cunning? Where can I find such a good person?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "You're a good person?" Young Master Hao's mouth twitched. He couldn't tell that this guy was a narcissist. "By the way, since you're already here, why don't you stay and have a few drinks with me? We'll bid for the Dragon Phoenix wine later." Young Master Hao said, "I'm really not interested. Have fun by yourself." Qin Feiyang shook his head, got up, put away the pill fire, and opened the teleportation gate to leave. "How boring." Young Master Hao cursed angrily. Back at Calming Lake, Qin Feiyang immediately saw Gong Sun Bei standing in his courtyard with his head lowered and brows furrowed. Who knew what he was thinking? Wang Yu was beside him. "Brother Gong Sun." Qin Feiyang landed in the courtyard and bowed. "You're back." Gong Sun Bei looked up at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Brother Gong Sun, are you here for me? Aren't you spouting nonsense? If not you, who should I look for?" Wang Yue rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, "Brother Gong Sun, why are you looking for me? Isn't it all for Fu Anshan? You made him kneel in front of the main tower. Are you sure it's improper? You should let him go as soon as possible." Gong Sun Bei said. This, Qin Feiyang frowned. Who would have thought that Fu Anshan's kneeling would bring about so much trouble? He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "How about this? Let him kneel on the opposite side of the Jingxin Lake." Gong Sun Bei frowned and asked suspiciously, "What kind of grudge do you have with him? Why are you torturing him like this? Just because he sent Fu Han to assassinate you? Isn't this considered a grudge?" Qin Feiyang asked. Gong Sun Bei fell silent. Because if it were him, he wouldn't let the matter rest either. Wang Yue asked, "What about the pavilion master of the trading pavilion? If he comes to blame you, how are you going to explain it?" "He won't come to blame me, because he's the one who sent Fu Anshan." Qin Feiyang smiled. "No way?" Gong Sun Bei and Wang Yue looked at each other. "To tell you the truth, actually, I've already gone to the pavilion master of the trading pavilion." Qin Feiyang briefly told them about how Fu Anshan and the others blocked him. "So that's how it is." Only then did the two of them come to a realization. This old thing really doesn't know what's good for him. We haven't settled the score with him in Qinghai, and now he's stirring up trouble again. It seems that we have to get rid of him as soon as possible." Wang Yue said in disgust. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you won't blame me now, right? You didn't make it clear before. If I don't blame you, who should I blame?" Wang Yue glared at Qin Feiyang angrily, looking a little embarrassed. Gong Sun Bei sighed deeply and said, "All right then. It's his own fault. Let him kneel on the opposite side of the soothing lake. Also, don't run around during this period. It's best if you stay at the soothing lake." But Qin Feiyang and Gong Sun Bei looked at him suspiciously. "Because Sir has already ordered to remove the spies that the major factions have placed in our main tower. I'm worried that they'll do something dangerous to you if they're cornered. Gong Sunbei said. They're finally taking action? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and asked, have you found anyone? Gong Sunbei's eyes flashed coldly as he said confidently, it's basically under my control. After confirming it, we can pull the net. Who are they? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. These people are very powerful. They're basically the law enforcement elders and deacon elders. Even my temple has some. Gong Sunbei coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang was surprised. No way, they're so arrogant? What about the Mujia? As soon as this statement came out, the place inexplicably fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Gong Sunbei or Wang Yue, they all looked at Qin Feiyang with a surprised look. It seems that they didn't find Mu Qing's second grandpa. Qin Feiyang secretly muttered. Otherwise, Gong Sunbei wouldn't show such an expression. Wang Yue frowned and said, why do you ask? No, I'm just thinking that since the major factions know that they've placed spies in our main tower, then the Mujia should also be doing the same. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Yue solemnly said, don't talk about this kind of groundless thing in the future. The Mujia is not to be trifled with. It seems that she's also quite afraid of the Mujia. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. While you guys talk, I'll go first. By the way, when the little brother comes back, you should also tell him about this. Okay. The two nodded. After Gong Sunbei opened the portal and left, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yue and frowned. Are you so afraid of the Mujia? Wang Yue said. The Mujia is an existence that can't be provoked. No one knows how deep their background is. Qin Feiyang's heart moved. It seems that Wang Yue knows the Mujia quite well. He asked, do you know where the Mujia's nest is? I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Wang Yue coldly snorted and turned away. After being together for so long, she knows what kind of person Qin Feiyang is. He's a lawless person. If she told him, he would definitely go and provoke the Mujia. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could the Mujia hide so deep? Back in the attic, he took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. So, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, go to the Pill Pagoda Square again and tell Fu Anshan to come to the Calm Heart Lake in Nil. In addition, pay attention to the little white dragon. Understood. Fatso nodded, and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, put away the image crystal, walked to the balcony on the second floor, took a battle chi pill, and closed his eyes to meditate. After Fu Anshan received the message from Fatso, although he was helpless and angry, he could only do as he was told. Time passed day by day. Late one night, Gong Sunbei led a group of divine envoys, like the god of death, to show a comprehensive sweep in the main pagoda. However, this sweep has been carried out secretly and did not alarm any disciples. The main pagoda was as calm as ever. The disciples of the main pagoda were also as usual. But all the major forces began to panic. They didn't expect that the spies they planted in the main pagoda would be discovered by the main pagoda master. This made them very nervous. They were afraid that after the main pagoda master removed these spies, he would target them again. So for the next period of time, the people of the major forces were unprecedentedly honest. As time passed day by day, seeing that the main pagoda master didn't hold them accountable, they were relieved. After this incident, they didn't dare to plant spies in the main pagoda anymore. As for Mu Qing's second grandpa, maybe he was hidden too deep and he really wasn't found out. Another period of time passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly received a message from Wang Zicheng and others. They said that the people sent by the main pagoda master had already looked for them, and they also dealt with it according to Qin Feiyang's instructions. After listening, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and just let them continue to stay in Qinghai. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. Boom! Early in the morning, Calm Heart Lake, a powerful saint aura suddenly erupted. Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the balcony on the second floor, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright beams of light burst out from his eyes. That's right. He had already stepped into the 4-star battle saint realm. And his mental strength had also increased by another level. Now, it was already at level 23. I'm getting closer and closer to the Battle Saint realm. Before the opening of the miracle, I can already step into the 1-star Battle Saint realm. Qin Feiyang muttered and let out a long breath. Then, he withdrew his saint aura and took out the image crystal. After a while, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you seen Little White Dragon during this period of time?" Some time ago, Li Yan went to look for it. Although she didn't let Fat Lord follow her, Fat Lord secretly followed her. Fatso smiled slyly. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and asked, "Where did you find it?" Fatso said, "In a small valley near the sword tip." Qin Feiyang rubbed his head. It seemed that Little White Dragon's whereabouts were really unpredictable. And with Li Yan around, there was no way he could do anything to Little White Dragon. Forget it. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. It could only depend on luck. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and asked, "Has Fu Anshan's succession ceremony been decided?" "I haven't received any news yet. The pavilion master is probably waiting for your attitude." Fatso shook his head. "My attitude?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. It was time to make Fu Anshan despair. Then, he put away the image crystal and flew to the other side of the lake. From afar, he could see a person kneeling by the lake. It was Fu Anshan. More than 2 months had passed, but Fu Anshan had never moved. He had always been kneeling like this. Even though he had the cultivation of the Battle Saint realm, his legs were already numb. He looked dispirited and haggard. Qin Feiyang flew over and said in surprise, "Isn't this Steward Fu? Why are you kneeling here?" Ancestor. Chapter 1091. Qin Feiyang landed in front of Fu Anshan and asked suspiciously, "Steward Fu, who are you kneeling to?" After 2 months, the anger in Fu Anshan's heart had calmed down a lot, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his anger burned again. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it and asked again, "Who exactly is it that has such great face to make you kneel?" Looking at the innocent Qin Feiyang, Fu Anshan wanted to slap him. But now he had to endure it. It had been more than 2 months, but the pavilion master had not announced the exact time when he would succeed the position of deputy pavilion master. Obviously, the pavilion master was waiting for the result. In other words, if he could not get the forgiveness of the person in front of him, then it was almost impossible for him to succeed the position of deputy pavilion master. "Brother Mu, I've already fallen to this point. Can you stop teasing me?" "I know, it was all my fault in the past. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. I just hope that you can forgive me." Fu Anshan begged and kowtowed, banging his head. "Looking at you now, you're really pitiful. But have you ever heard of a saying? A pitiful person must have something hateful." Qin Feiyang said, Yes, I was blind and overestimated myself to provoke you, but now I've repented. What else do you want? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I've been kneeling here for 2 months, isn't that sincere enough? Brother Mu, can you be magnanimous and give me a way out? If you really can't, just treat me as a dog that bites people and don't bother with me, okay? Fu Anshan raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with tears in his eyes. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and hesitated. Fu Anshan was also extremely nervous. After a long time, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and said, "Fine. Since you're so sincere, I won't bicker with you." "Really?" Fu Anshan looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, "I always mean what I say." "Thank you, Brother Mu. This old man will never forget Brother Mu's great kindness today. I will definitely repay you in the future." Fu Anshan hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands, but his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and waved his hand, "Go do your thing." "Thank you, Brother Mu. This old man will take his leave." After Fu Anshan finished speaking, he couldn't wait to open the portal and leave. That afternoon, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Divine City. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion personally announced that Fu Anshan's succession ceremony would be held at the central square of North City tomorrow morning. For a moment, the clouds moved in all directions. The leaders of all the super tribes immediately began to prepare gifts for the celebration tomorrow morning. No matter what Fu Anshan had experienced in the past 2 months, he was about to become the deputy pavilion master of the transaction pavilion, so he had to curry favor with him. Calm Heart Lake. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu sat in young Master Hao's courtyard, the three of them drinking tea while chatting and laughing. Young Master Hao laughed. Fu Anshan must be laughing right now. Wang Yu said, it wasn't easy for him to get to this point, how can he not laugh? But tomorrow, he won't be able to laugh anymore. Tomorrow is the time for him to cry. Young Master Hao laughed. It's so lively. Suddenly, Fatso appeared out of thin air and sneaked over. Hey, this is the Calm Heart Lake. How can you barge in without permission? Young Master Hao said unhappily. Fatso raised his middle finger in disdain, took out 3 golden invitation cards from his bosom, threw them in front of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and said, this is what Fu Anshan asked me to give to you. He also said that you must attend his ceremony tomorrow. Young Master Hao grabbed an invitation card, looked at it carefully, and grinned. Even if he didn't invite us, we would still go. Late at night, Qin Feiyang stood alone on the balcony, looking at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes flickering. He was hesitating. Should he tell Pei Yi the truth? Although Pei Yi would still find out tomorrow, telling Pei Yi now could let him be mentally prepared, otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his bosom rang. It's his business whether he can take this blow or not. Why should I worry so much? What I want to do is just tell him the truth. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, no longer dwelling on this issue, retracted his gaze, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Fatso's shadow appeared. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, Pei Yi is looking for you. What a coincidence. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and said with a smile, I just wanted to tell him the truth. Where is he now? Fatso said, come to my place first. Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the image crystal, and opened the portal, appearing in Fatso's cave in the next moment. Fatso immediately took out a letter and handed it to Qin Feiyang. What is it? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso said, this is from Pei Yi. Why is he writing me a letter? Qin Feiyang frowned, took the letter, and opened it. There were only 6 words in the letter. See you at Black Cloud Valley at dawn. There was a signature at the bottom. Pei. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked up at Fatso in bewilderment. They were both in the main pagoda and could meet anytime, anywhere. Why did he have to be so mysterious? Fatso said, I don't know either, because I've never seen him before. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did this letter come from? Didn't I go to deliver the invitation to you this morning? After delivering the invitation, I went to Li Yan's place and just came back. When I entered the cave, I saw this letter on the futon. Fatso pointed to the futon next to him. Qin Feiyang looked at the futon, then looked at the letter and frowned. Don't tell me he already knows? Fatso said, you mean he might already know the cause of Pei Changfeng's death? Qin Feiyang said, otherwise, why would he ask us to go outside the city? That makes sense. Fatso nodded thoughtfully and asked, do you want me to go with you? That's not necessary. You continue to look after Li Yan. He will be back tomorrow. Don't let anything happen tonight. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know where Black Cloud Valley is? I know. Some time ago, I accompanied Li Yan to a lot of places, including Black Cloud Valley. It's foggy all year round, but the scenery is not bad. Fatso chuckled. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fatso meaningfully. What's with that look? Fat Lord, let me tell you, Fat Lord and Li Yan are pure revolutionary friends. Don't let your imagination run wild. Fatty felt a little guilty under her stare. Is that really the case? Qin Feiyang said playfully. Of course, what else do you think it is? Fatso rolled his eyes and waved his hand to open a portal to Black Cloud Valley, urging, go, don't think about it here. Qin Feiyang said, actually, Li Yan is not bad. The most important thing is, she is the one chosen by Little White Dragon But before he finished, Fatso flew into a rage, ran behind Qin Feiyang, and pushed Qin Feiyang into the portal. What the gossip? Staring at Qin Feiyang's disappearing back, Fatso looked up and smiled foolishly for a while, then turned around and hurried away. At the same time, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in the sky above a valley that was filled with mist. In the night sky, the waning moon emitted a faint moonlight, making everything look hazy and blurry. The entire valley was dead silent. This damn Fatso has good luck with women. Qin Feiyang shook his head in amusement and glanced down at the valley below. Brother Mu, I'm here. A familiar voice came from the valley. It was Pei Yi. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw Pei Yi standing in the middle of the valley with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. Qin Feiyang entered the valley and landed beside Pei Yi, smiling faintly. You didn't ask me out so late at night to admire the scenery, did you? I'm not in the mood to admire the scenery. Pei Yi shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Brother Mu, let me ask you a question. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Pei Yi pointed behind Qin Feiyang and asked, Look, what's that over there? Qin Feiyang turned around suspiciously. But just as he turned around, his body tensed up, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. And he did not see anything behind him. Oh no. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He immediately took a step forward and dodged to the side. However, it was too late. Pei Yi, who was behind him, grabbed a shiny dagger and stabbed it into Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang was immediately overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. However, Qin Feiyang had experienced all kinds of pain. This bit of pain was nothing to him. Before his cultivation disappeared completely, he slapped Pei Yi's chest with his palm. However, Pei did not move at all. Instead, his arm was numb from the impact. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. Although his sea of qi was broken and the power of this palm was less than 1/10 of his peak state, he was now a 4-star battle sage while Pei Yi was only a 9-star battle grandmaster. Even 1/10 of his power was enough to seriously injure Pei Yi. At the same time, Pei Yi looked down at the chest that Qin Feiyang had hit with a sneer and pulled out the dagger. Qin Feiyang immediately knelt on the ground weakly and blood spurted out from his wound. His cultivation had also been completely destroyed. Pei Yi looked at Qin Feiyang with a grin and said, You didn't expect this, did you? Qin Feiyang turned around with great effort and stared at Pei Yi. You still have the cheek to ask me why. Pei Yi flew into a rage and kicked Qin Feiyang to the ground. He stepped on Qin Feiyang's head and roared with reddened eyes, I just want a way out. Why won't you let me go? But a way out? Why won't you let you go? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What are you talking about? It could be said that he and Pei Yi had always gotten along well and had never had any conflicts. Why would he suddenly say such strange things? Chapter 1092. Upon hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Pei Yi was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Of course, Qin Feiyang wasn't really afraid of Pei Yi. With the ancient castle in hand, Pei Yi wouldn't be able to kill him even if his cultivation was crippled. What he wanted to know was, why did Pei Yi plot against him? All of a sudden, Pei Yi stopped laughing and retracted his foot from Qin Feiyang's head. He said with a sinister smile, I forgot that you don't know who I am yet. Look up. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Pei Yi. Pei Yi took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, Pei Yi's face and figure began to change rapidly. Not long after, a burly man with short black hair, strong muscles, and a height of 2 meters appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It's you. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disbelief. That's right. This man was Chu Xian's father, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe. But wasn't this man expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom? Why was he here? Are you surprised? A man who has been expelled from the Central Divine Kingdom actually appeared in front of you now. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe laughed. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. He knew that Pei Yi wouldn't plot against him. It turned out that this man was impersonating him. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe glared at him with resentment and said, You made Mr. Hao expel the Heavenly Spiral tribe from the Central Divine Kingdom just because of a small matter. How can you be so ruthless? Qin Feiyang slowly stood up and sternly said, "Your daughter deceived my brother, took advantage of his feelings, and toyed with him in the palm of her hand. Is this still a small matter? Who told you to get up? Get down." The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief revealed an ominous glint in his eyes and sent Qin Feiyang flying with another kick. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. It's actually purple blood? The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief hadn't noticed it before, but when he saw the purple gold dragon blood spurting out of Qin Feiyang's mouth, his face was filled with bewilderment. Qin Feiyang stood up again, killing intent surging in the depths of his eyes. He asked, "Where's Chu Xian? Are they still in the Central Divine Kingdom?" She went to the first zone. But when she died, she was in so much pain. My heart ached when I saw her. I can't accept this. I'll make you pay. Thus, I had a clan elder disguise himself as me and follow everyone to the first region. This way, everyone will think that I went to the first district as well, but I didn't. I'll stay and take revenge on you. Even my daughter doesn't know about this. After that, I snuck into the Divine City and kept looking for an opportunity. However, you didn't appear even after a long time, leaving me with no chance. But a few days ago, I met someone who taught me a way. The way is to pretend to be payee and ask you out. Because you're close to payee, as long as he asks you out, you'll definitely come out and you won't be guarded at all. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief sneered. There's someone behind this? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Who taught you?" "Me." A murderous voice rang out, followed by a middle-aged man in black robes who walked out from behind a rock not far away. Qin Feiyang looked up, his eyes as gloomy as water. He said, "So it's you, chief of the Divine Python tribe?" "Yes, it's me." "Do you think it's that easy to take away my wife's 7th-grade pillfire?" The Divine Python tribe's chief walked to the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief and said contemptuously. Qin Feiyang said, "You're really stubborn." "Stubborn? Ha, you're already a cripple. What else can you do? If I want to kill you now, it'll be as easy as killing a dog." The Divine Python tribe's chief laughed out loud. The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief laughed. "Brother Pei, calling him a dog is too flattering." The Divine Python tribe's chief was stunned and nodded. Yes. He's a beast worse than a pig." The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. "So what if he's the chief pagoda master's disciple? Isn't he still in our hands now? Don't worry, after I kill you, I won't let that fatso off either. I'll make sure he dies a more miserable death than you." There was a bone-piercing murderous intent in his words. Qin Feiyang said, "If you kill me, you won't be able to live either because the Divine Python tribe's chief won't let you live." Based on the Divine Python tribe's chief's personality, he would definitely kill the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief later. In other words, the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief was just a chess piece. As long as he died, this chess piece would lose its value. The Divine Python tribe's chief's pupils constricted. He turned to look at the Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, do you believe me?" "Of course not. Brother Pei is so open and above board. How could he be that kind of person?" The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief said. "Open and above board?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. "What a naive person." The Divine Python tribe's chief said again. "If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Get rid of him quickly and get rid of that disgusting feeling in your heart. It's too boring to get rid of him so quickly. I want to torture him to my heart's content and make him wish he was dead." The Heavenly Spiral tribe's chief laughed sinisterly. He turned around and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step like a demon from hell. "Torture me? You're thinking too much. And you, surnamed Pei, you'll know the consequences of provoking me very soon." Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them in disdain. With a thought, he disappeared in front of their eyes. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, the two of them wanted to continue mocking him. However, when they suddenly saw Qin Feiyang disappear, their expressions changed drastically. Where did he go? The two of them scanned their surroundings and their eyes were filled with shock. He was still here just a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear without a trace? The Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief looked at the Divine Python Tribe's chief in a panic and asked, "Brother Pei, what happened?" "I don't know either." The Divine Python Tribe's chief shook his head and seemed to be at a loss. This was because once Qin Feiyang escaped, it would be a disaster for the Divine Python Tribe. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang took a spiritual sea elixir and lowered his head. His face was extremely gloomy. Lu Hong suddenly said, "Let's just kill them all." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at her in shock. Lu Hong said, "Although all the supreme tribes have 9-star combat emperors, the Divine Python Tribe's chief is definitely not at that level." "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's very simple. Even the current chief tower master is only a 9-star combat emperor. As a supreme tribe's chief, he is definitely not as powerful as the chief tower master." Lu Hong said, "That makes sense. I have observed his aura. Indeed, he is not a 9-star combat emperor. He should be an 8-star combat emperor. However, even if that's the case, it will still not be easy to take care of him." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Have you forgotten? Back in Qinghai, you were able to kill the one-armed old man who was a 7-star combat emperor. Now that you have broken through to a 4-star combat saint and activated the kill formula, you can definitely kill this 8-star combat emperor." The two-winged snow eagle said. "That's right. Now that I have broken through, a mere 8-star combat emperor is nothing to worry about." Qin Feiyang was energized and said, "Inner demons, come out." Swoosh. The inner demons appeared beside Qin Feiyang. His blood-red hair flowed behind his head like a river of blood. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind and he emitted a terrifying aura. Every time they saw the inner demons, Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts could not help but shudder in fear. This was because the inner demons was the other side of Qin Feiyang. Before the inner demons appeared, they had never thought that the other side of Qin Feiyang would be so terrifying. "Hee, are you going to start a massacre again?" The inner demons glanced at Lu Hong and the others mockingly, then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Are you confident?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Do you think I am you?" "Of course, I am confident." The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. His eyebrows were full of arrogance. "All right. Now, I'll give you control of this body." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his consciousness withdrew from his sea of consciousness and entered his inner world. The inner demons immediately turned into a bloody light and entered between his eyebrows. "Ha, I am out again." Immediately, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed loudly. His blood hair fluttered, and his eyes were filled with blood light, as if a demon king had returned. "Show off." Wolf King snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Let me remind you out of kindness, your sea of energy is now broken." "Do I need you to remind me? You'd better hurry up and cultivate." The inner demons looked at Wolf King with disdain, then swept his gaze at Lu Hong and the others and said, "And you guys, my opponents are getting stronger and stronger. With your cultivation, you can no longer help." Everyone fell silent. "Sometimes, I really don't understand what is going on in my heart. To actually cultivate a group of trash like you, wasting so many resources for nothing." The inner demon said again, his words full of contempt. "That's enough." Dan Wangkai stared at him angrily. "Are you not convinced?" The inner demons turned to look at Dan Wangkai, his eyes full of provocation. Dan Wangkai snorted coldly, "If you don't have the kill formula, you won't be that strong." "Ha, the key is that I have the kill formula." The inner demons laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, Dan Wangkai lowered his head, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. In terms of cultivation, the inner demons was not as good as him at all. However, because of the kill formula, everything had changed. He couldn't figure out who created such a heaven-defying divine art. Time passed bit by bit. Outside, after not finding Qin Feiyang for a long time, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe became more and more flustered. He looked at the leader of the divine python tribe and asked, "What should we do now?" The leader of the divine python tribe roared, "If I knew what to do, I wouldn't be here worrying." Right? Suddenly, the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe's gaze trembled. What? The leader of the divine python tribe looked at him in surprise. The leader of the heavenly spiral tribe said, "I heard from my daughter that Ancestor Mu has mastered a kind of invisibility technique." The leader of the divine python tribe was stunned. Chapter 1093. There's such a battle art in the world? The divine python tribe leader's face was filled with disbelief. He then said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The heavenly spiral tribe leader shrunk his neck and said timidly, "My daughter only mentioned it casually. I didn't take it seriously." "You didn't take such an important matter to heart? Do you have a pig brain?" The divine python tribe leader was furious. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have given Qin Feiyang the chance to use the invisibility technique. But now, Qin Feiyang must have left Black Cloud Valley after using the invisibility technique. If he told the chief tower master about this, the consequences would be, at the thought of this, the divine python tribe leader didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This was a murderous intent toward the heavenly spiral tribe leader. The situation was urgent. He believed that Qin Feiyang didn't record their conversation. As long as he killed this person, there would be no evidence. Hee. But just as he was about to make a move, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed in the valley. The two of them perked up and quickly scanned the void around them. However, the voice was erratic and they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. But they were sure that it was Qin Feiyang's voice. But it was different from before. This voice was filled with a terrifying hostility. The heavenly spiral tribe leader roared in exasperation, "Little bastard, come out and fight me fair and square if you have the guts. What kind of man are you to hide? Are you joking? Who was the one who plotted against me first?" Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again, but they still couldn't pinpoint his location. The divine python tribe leader didn't say anything. His face was gloomy as he tried to pinpoint Qin Feiyang's location. Suddenly, the heavenly spiral tribe leader howled. The divine python tribe leader was shocked and immediately turned to look. He was horrified to see a bloody hole in the heavenly spiral tribe leader's lower abdomen. It was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine." Qin Feiyang's sinister laughter echoed in the valley again. He was like the god of death from outer space, without any emotion. The heavenly spiral tribe leader was extremely terrified. It would be better if he could see him. But he couldn't see him at all. "You originally thought that you would definitely be able to kill me, but in the end, you fell into a desperate situation of life and death instead. Do you feel despair, pain, and aggrieved?" Qin Feiyang's voice reverberated in every corner of the valley, driving the heavenly spiral tribe's chief mad with hatred. The eyes of the divine python tribe's chief flashed, and he said, "Ancestor Mu, what's the point of hiding like this? Looks like you want to die too." Qin Feiyang's voice. The chief of the divine python tribe immediately released his perception and carefully sensed the surrounding void. He didn't dare to be distracted. With that, "That's impossible. I clearly sensed a slight fluctuation in the void just now." At the same time, the inner demon stood in the void not far away, holding Chang Shui in his hand and staring coldly at the divine python tribe leader. After a while, he turned and left. Originally, he wanted to cripple the divine python tribe leader so that he wouldn't have to use the kill formula again. After all, it would take a long time to use the kill formula. But the divine python tribe leader's cultivation was too strong, and his perception was better than the heavenly spiral tribe leader's. It was difficult to sneak up on him. Therefore, he decisively left before the divine python tribe leader released his emperor's aura. Because once the divine python tribe leader released his emperor's aura, the invisibility spell would be forcibly broken. By then, his whereabouts would be exposed. With the divine python tribe leader's strength and means, he wouldn't have the time or opportunity to use the kill formula. But the divine python tribe leader didn't know that the inner demons had left. He was still looking around vigilantly. Roar. About 100 breaths later. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars resounded in the distant mountains. There was a wave of battle. But very quickly, the battle fluctuations and beast roars subsided, and the deep mountains regained their tranquility. What's going on? The divine python tribe leader raised his head and looked over, his eyes full of surprise. Roar! Suddenly, there were battle waves and ferocious beast roars coming from the mountains. And just like before, it soon calmed down. The divine python tribe leader was even more surprised. He took out a spirit sea pill and stuffed it into the heavenly spiral tribe leader's mouth. Then, he grabbed the heavenly spiral tribe leader and rushed over. Soon, he arrived above a lake. The lake was torn apart, and the nearby forest was also in ruins. What the hell happened? The two of them scanned the lake, their faces full of horror. They saw hundreds of ferocious beast corpses floating on the water. These ferocious beasts had just died not long ago, and there was still a trace of aura left. Judging from the aura, they were all sacred beasts. But without exception, their blood had been sucked dry. They were like dried corpses. It was a ghastly sight. Could it be Ancestor Mu? The heavenly spiral tribe leader swallowed his saliva. In this area, other than us, there's only him. Who else could it be? But what does he want to do? The divine python tribe leader's eyes were hazy, as if something terrible was about to happen. Roar! At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there were roars again. The divine python tribe leader led the heavenly spiral tribe leader and rushed over at lightning speed. When they rushed over, they saw the same scene as the one they saw at the lake. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and the earth had sunk. Dried corpses were lying on the ground in disarray. It was like Azura hell. The heavenly spiral tribe leader roared, "He won't do such meaningless things. He must be planning something. Find him quickly." How can we find him when we can't even see his shadow? The divine python tribe leader said angrily. The heavenly spiral tribe leader frowned and suddenly said, "Try using your emperor's aura. Although he can be invisible, the emperor's aura is omnipresent. It should be able to imprison him." That's right. The divine python tribe leader's eyes lit up. The emperor's aura suddenly poured out like a torrent and surged in all directions. In the distance, above a giant mountain, the inner demons sensed the emperor's aura and turned to look at the divine python tribe leader. It's indeed an 8-star combat emperor. It seems like we shouldn't stay here for long. If he continued to use the kill formula here, he would definitely be found by the divine python tribe leader sooner or later. He pondered for a while. A cold smile flashed across his eyes as he opened the teleportation gate. He ignored the two of them and walked in without looking back. Azure Sea. He once again descended on the mythical island. I'm back again. Standing in the sky above the mythical island, he chuckled and closed the concealment formula. He then openly charged into the internal sea. Time passed quietly. About 2 hours later, a giant wave soared into the sky and rushed into the sky above the mythical island. Immediately after, a blood-red figure stepped on the wave and came over. His entire body was bathed in blood and his murderous aura soared into the sky. He was like a great demon king who had broken through the world. His eyes were filled with bloody light as if they contained a sea of blood. That's right. He was the inner demons. His aura surged violently. He had already stepped into the 4-star combat emperor realm. It's time for me to counterattack. Are you prepared to die? He stood in the sky and scanned the surroundings with his blood-red eyes. He emitted a powerful aura. Then, he opened the portal and descended into the Black Cloud Valley. His murderous aura instantly roared in all directions. Hundreds of miles of land instantly turned into a sea of murderous aura. Countless ferocious beasts were awakened and crawled on the ground in fear. No one? The inner demons released his senses and carefully sensed for a while. In the end, he did not sense the aura of the two leaders of the divine python tribe. Could it be that they have returned to the divine python tribe? After pondering for a while, the inner demons opened the portal again and directly descended into the sky above the city of the divine python tribe. They are indeed back. The moment he descended into the sky above the tribe, he sensed the aura of the divine python tribe's leader in a large hall below. Moreover, the aura of the heavenly spiral tribe's leader was also somewhere below. Who is it? At the same time, the people of the divine python tribe also discovered the inner demons. Accompanied by a loud shout, several figures soared into the sky. All of them emitted the aura of combat emperors. In fact, it was difficult not to discover them. This was because the murderous aura emitted by the inner demons was too terrifying. It was as if a god of death had descended into the world. This has nothing to do with you. You better get lost. The inner demons glanced at those combat emperors with an extremely cold gaze. How dare you? Everyone was furious and surrounded the inner demons. You are Ancestor Mu. However, when they saw the face of the inner demons, the group of people suddenly changed their expressions. How is this possible? At this moment, the divine python tribe's leader and high priest also soared into the sky and looked at the inner demons in disbelief. I am not Ancestor Mu. I am his biological elder brother. His name is Patriarch Mu. You can affectionately call me Patriarch. The inner demons said arrogantly. Ancestor Mu's biological elder brother? The people of the divine python tribe were extremely surprised. The spies we planted in the main pagoda in the past did indeed say that Ancestor Mu has such a biological elder brother. It is said that he even snatched the 7th grade alchemy fire in Jianghu. The main pagoda master is also very interested in this person. Pei Qin should have died in his hands. The high priest sized up the inner demons and secretly sent a voice transmission to the divine python tribe's leader. The divine python tribe's leader nodded. Since the high priest knew, of course, he knew as well. The high priest frowned again and said suspiciously, "But that's not right. Why would he suddenly come to our divine python tribe? Don't tell me you went to provoke Ancestor Mu again?" The divine python tribe's leader's eyes darkened. The inner demons glanced at everyone and looked at the divine python tribe's leader. He said playfully, "Not long ago, my brother sent me a message saying that someone wanted to assassinate him. So I came to see who has the guts to do so. He is the main pagoda master's disciple. Who dares to assassinate him?" The divine python tribe's leader said expressionlessly. "You are going back on your words so soon? But it is all within my expectations." The inner demons smirked and grabbed in the air. One of the halls below shattered and a burly man was forcibly dragged up. It was the heavenly spiral tribe's leader. Chapter 1094. Isn't he the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe? I remember that he was exiled to the 1st district more than 2 months ago. Why is he in our tribe? Seeing the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, the group of combat emperors surrounding the inner demons were confused. But the high priestess' face was slightly gloomy. Because when she saw the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, she had a rough idea. The high priestess looked at the inner demons and said telepathically, "Brother Mu, let's find a place where no one is around to talk." Sure. The inner demons nodded without hesitation. He did not want to start a massacre in the divine python tribe. After all, there were a group of kind old people and children in this tribe. The only people who deserved to die were the high priestess and the leader. The high priestess smiled and looked at the people around her. "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. We will take care of it. You don't have to worry." Misunderstanding? The group frowned. "Let's go." The high priestess did not explain further. She opened a portal and said to the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he strode in. The inner demons smiled coldly, grabbed the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, and entered the portal. As the inner demons, he was especially sensitive to murderous intent. Therefore, even though the leader of the divine python tribe hid it well, he had already seen through it. "Don't worry. When we come back, we will give you a satisfactory explanation." The high priestess smiled and said to the people around her. Then she turned around and entered the portal. The night was as dark as ink. In the sky above a mountain, the leader of the divine python tribe was the first to appear. The murderous intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. The next moment, The inner demons also appeared. The leader of the divine python tribe suddenly turned around and grabbed the inner demon's head with his big hand like an eagle's claw. Hee. But the inner demons was not surprised at all. He smiled sinisterly, grabbed the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe, and retreated at lightning speed. Want to leave? It's too late now. The leader of the divine python tribe sneered. His emperor's aura like a torrent rushed toward the inner demons. At this moment, the high priest also appeared. Seeing this, her expression changed slightly. She quickly stood in front of the godly python tribe's leader and shouted angrily, "When are you going to stop being wrong?" The chief of the divine python tribe shouted, "Do you think he will let us go?" Scram. The high priest sighed and said, "Can you stop being so stubborn? Let me talk to him." "There's nothing to talk about." The chief of the divine python tribe roared and pushed the high priest away. He looked at the inner demons and said, "As long as we capture you, your brother will walk right into our trap." Boom. After saying this, his aura completely erupted. He took a step forward and charged toward the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, with monstrous imperial might. "That good-for-nothing younger brother of mine is not as kind as you described him to be. Even if you were to kill me, I reckon that you would not even frown. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me." The inner demons crippled the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe with a single palm strike and threw him into the castle. Then, they charged towards the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the heavenly spiral tribe still had some value, so he couldn't kill him. Seeing the leader of the heavenly spiral tribe disappear into thin air, a hint of doubt flashed across the high priest's eyes. "A mere 4-star combat emperor dares to challenge me? You're overestimating yourself." The leader of the divine python tribe laughed disdainfully. As he approached, his battle aura surged and he threw a punch at the inner demons. "So what if you're an 8-star combat emperor? I don't even need 10 moves to make you kneel and beg for mercy. This is the first move." The inner demons laughed arrogantly and activated the battle character art. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body and he threw a punch. At this moment, he was like the combination of the god of war and the god of death, shocking the entire void. Boom. The two fists collided and the inner demons was immediately sent flying. The skin on his arm was lacerated, but with the protection of the battle character art, it wasn't fatal. When the chief of the divine python tribe saw this, his eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know. He was an 8-star combat emperor and his opponent was only a 4-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 small realms between them. It could be said that he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. Moreover, he had used his battle aura and all of his strength in this punch. How was it that he didn't kill this person? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? However, he didn't know that the battle character art not only gave Qin Feiyang half an immortal body, but it could also dissipate half of the force. In other words, the inner demons had only endured half of the force from the previous punch. The remaining half had been dissipated by the battle character art. The strength of an 8-star combat emperor is only SOSO. I'm not in the mood to play with you. Quickly show me your true strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. The inner demons laughed arrogantly. He stood firmly in the void and a mighty dragon's aura exuded from his body. What? Dragon's aura? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked once again. How could a human emit dragon's aura? Why is his blood purplish gold? The high priest was surprised. The inner demons ignored him. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and a palm-sized divine dragon seal appeared in the sky. The purplish gold dragon's aura circled around the seal. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated the night sky as if it was daytime. "Be careful." The high priest's expression changed. What was that? The aura that it emitted made even her feel an inexplicable fear. "It's just a bluff. What's there to be afraid of?" The leader of the divine python tribe was disdainful. No matter how heaven-defying his techniques were, he was only a 4-star combat emperor. What could he do? He reached out with his hand, and his battle chi roared in the sky. A giant hand was condensed, and it covered the sky and the moon. It released a world-destroying might. Following his low roar, the giant hand shook in the void. With a deafening sound of wind and thunder, it pressed down on the divine dragon seal. A bluff? This is the second move. The inner demons grinned. The divine dragon seal expanded in the wind and became a giant divine seal in the blink of an eye. It was like a towering mountain that soared into the sky and collided with the giant hand. Rumble! Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the two of them exploded in the sky like fireworks, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, the two of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Their faces were pale. This is impossible. Both of us used perfect-grade combat arts. How could he tie with me? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. His previous disdain was swept away. He did not expect this person to be so powerful. The inner demons looked at him with disdain and said, "When we were in Qinghai, Peiqin, Wukai, Tianjing, and the others joined forces. They could not defeat me, let alone you. They were killed by you." The leader of the divine python tribe's face darkened. A bunch of idiots who overestimated their abilities. They deserved to die. The inner demon sneered. An even more terrifying aura than before rushed out of his body. It was as if a god was awakening. This aura alone caused the mountains and rivers within a few hundred miles to collapse. The void distorted violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's this? Why does it make me feel anxious? The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. Rumble! Dark clouds surged in the sky, and strong winds blew. Streaks of purplish-gold divine light tore through the clouds and descended. A wave of boundless might roared out and shook the entire area. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. The leader of the divine python tribe and the high priest looked at the sky at the same time. Their faces were solemn. This is the third move. The inner demons grinned and waved his hand. Waves of purplish-gold dragon aura surged into the sky. Rumble! In the next moment, a divine statue appeared in the world. The divine statue held a broken sword. It was about 1,000 feet tall and had a clear outline. Its entire body emitted a purplish-gold glow. From afar, it looked like a divine king had returned, releasing a mighty divine aura. Why does this divine statue look so familiar? The high priest was extremely surprised. Are you ready? The inner demons rose into the sky and landed in front of the divine statue. His blood-red hair and clothes fluttered. He was like a king looking down at the leader of the divine python tribe. The leader of the divine python tribe was shocked. In his eyes, the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, was like a god that had returned. He could not help but want to worship him. What am I thinking? I am the leader of the divine python tribe. How can I be afraid of a mere 4-star combat emperor? The leader of the divine python tribe shook his head frantically. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the inner demons. His eyes were emitting a cold light. Come out! Following his angry roar, a black divine python roared out from behind him. The divine python was more than 1,000 feet long. It was like a huge mountain with dense scales and a ferocious aura. This was his battle soul. Little bastard, prepare to die. Innate superpower, light of destruction. The leader of the divine python tribe roared. The black divine python swayed its huge body and turned in the sky. A black light beam shot out from between its eyebrows. It was like a sharp arrow that carried a shocking sharpness. It pierced through the sky and shot toward Qin Feiyang. The inner demons had seen the divine python battle soul and the light of destruction when he fought with Pei Qin. However, compared to Pei Qin, the battle soul of the leader of the divine python tribe was even more terrifying. There was no comparison at all. After all, Pei Qin was only a 5-star combat emperor. However, when the inner demons had killed Pei Qin, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Therefore, he was not afraid of the battle soul of the leader of the divine python tribe. Under the divine power of the deity skill, everything was like an ant. Such Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang! The statue raised the broken sword and slashed in the sky. A purple gold sword aura swept out. It was peerlessly sharp. Boom! Crack! In a flash, the sword aura and the light beam met in the sky. In an instant, a destructive wave of air surged out in all directions like an avalanche. Within 1,000 miles, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted. Even the void was about to be torn apart. Countless ferocious beasts were affected and were smashed into pieces. The leader of the divine python tribe spat out blood as if he had been hit hard. His face was pale. Waves of shock surged in his heart. What kind of battle art was this? How could it be comparable to his innate superpower? However, in the next moment, something that was even more unacceptable to him happened. In the sky, the sword aura and the dark light were in a stalemate. After a few breaths, the dark light suddenly dissipated. Obviously, it was no match for him. The purple-gold sword aura destroyed the black python with irresistible force. Then, it continued to slash toward the leader of the divine python tribe. The bone-piercing sharpness made his body and mind tremble. How is this possible? My innate superpower is no match for him. Chapter 1095. The high priestess, who was not far away, was also shocked speechless. Such methods were simply too heaven-defying. The leader of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously, "Why are you still standing there? Come and help me." At the same time, he waved his hands and performed a perfect battle art to counter the purplish-gold sword aura. Boom! However, the purplish-gold sword aura was unstoppable. The battle art was instantly nullified. The leader of the divine python tribe spat out blood and his injuries worsened. "Hurry up!" The leader of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously. The high priestess suddenly regained her senses. Since the situation had developed to this stage, it was impossible to salvage the situation. She could only make the best of it. She glanced at the purplish-gold sword aura and locked her gaze on the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Her murderous intent surged. Boom! She decisively activated her fighting soul. It was also a black divine python. However, the aura it exuded was much weaker than the leader's fighting soul. Obviously, her cultivation was not as high as the leader of the divine python tribe. Go! As she waved her hand, the black divine python bared its fangs and pounced on the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. Get lost! The inner demons shouted and used the divine dragon's roar. The sound waves roared in the sky and the black divine python was instantly crushed by the sound waves. Ah! The high priest's face turned pale and he let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying. Under the impact of the sound wave, shocking cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out like a fountain. So powerful! The leader of the divine python tribe was stunned. Although the high priestess cultivation was not as high as his, she was still a 6-star combat emperor. How could she not be able to withstand this person's attack? While he was in a daze, the purplish-gold sword aura whizzed and slashed toward his head. He suddenly regained his senses and dodged to the side without hesitation. However, he was still one step too late. The sword aura slashed his shoulder and his entire arm was immediately severed. The terrifying radiance caused his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Then, with a bang, he smashed into the ground below like a meteor, creating a huge crater. I originally said that I would kill you in 10 moves, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 moves. This is too disappointing. How dare you provoke my brother again and again with such little ability? You really don't know what's good for you. The inner demon stood proudly and looked down at the chief of the divine python tribe who was lying at the bottom of the pit like a dead dog. Their faces were full of disdain. What kind of battle art is that? The chief of the divine python tribe roared hysterically. He didn't lose to this person but to this person's battle art. The inner demon said, "You really want to know? Then I'll satisfy you. This is a divine art." What? The chief of the divine python tribe was dumbfounded. In the distance, the high priest was also shocked. This person actually had a deity art, and from the looks of it, he had more than one deity art. No wonder it was so ridiculously strong. A deity art was said to be a supreme killing technique created by a deity. How could a mere battle art compare to it? The high priest looked at the inner demons with fear. He rushed to the chief of the divine python tribe at lightning speed and said in a low voice, "Don't hesitate, We're no match for him. Let's go. Go. The inner demon smirked and said, "The moment you attacked, your deaths were already destined. If we want to leave, you can't stop us." The high priest looked at him coldly. He helped the chief of the divine python tribe up and turned to leave. Emperor Divine Prison. Roar. Boom. At the same time, accompanied by a loud dragon roar, an invisible mighty force surged in all directions with the inner demons, Qin Fei Yang, as the center. In an instant, everything within a few hundred miles seemed to have stopped. Whether it was the ferocious beasts, the plants, the lava, or the flowing water, they all stopped moving. The high priest and the inner demons also stopped in the void. What's this? Could it be his aura? No, our cultivation is stronger than his. His aura can't imprison us. The high priest was bewildered. Do you think that's all I have? Since you two are so loving, I might as well send you both on your way. You'll have a companion when you go to hell. The inner demons looked at the two indifferently. He waved his hand, and the statue behind him moved. It was like an ancient great emperor. It held the broken sword and charged toward the high priest and the inner demons. The chief of the divine python tribe closed his eyes in pain and said, "Madam, I'm sorry. I've implicated you." Sighed. The high priest sighed deeply and said with a smile, "Don't say sorry. I'm willing to do all this. I have no regrets." Madam, the chief of the divine python tribe was full of self-blame. "Don't say anything. I'll fight for a chance for you. You must try your best to survive. Don't think about avenging me. Find a place where no one knows you and live the rest of your life peacefully." The high priest said with a smile, looking a little sad. "Madam, what are you doing?" The chief of the divine python tribe panicked. The high priest did not answer. A destructive aura rushed out of her body and broke through the restraints of the Emperor Divine Prison. Self-destruct? The inner demons raised an eyebrow and began to retreat decisively. "Madam, don't," the chief of the divine python tribe shouted anxiously. "This is all I can do. Don't let me down. Don't hesitate, go." The high priest sent the chief of the divine python tribe flying with a palm strike. Then, with a loud roar, she charged toward the Emperor Divine statue without hesitation. "Don't!" The chief of the divine python tribe screamed in despair and sorrow. "Goodbye." The high priest looked back and smiled. Her slender body crashed into the Emperor Divine statue, and a loud bang exploded between heaven and earth. Instantly, the sky shook. The void trembled. The earth sank. The terrifying destructive power spread thousands of miles away. This scene was like the scene of the end of the world. "Madam," the chief of the divine python tribe was in tears. He looked at the inner demons, Qin Fei Yang, who was standing on the other side of the void. Then he opened the portal and walked in. The inner demons raised an eyebrow. He did not chase after him, because he could not catch up with him now. However, at this moment, a golden beam of light shot out from somewhere below and hit the portal with lightning speed. The portal shattered on the spot. The chief of the divine python tribe, who had just entered the portal, staggered and appeared again. The inner demons was surprised. The chief of the divine python tribe was also surprised. "Who is it?" The inner demons looked down, but there was not even a shadow. After the chief of the divine python tribe came to his senses, he immediately opened another portal. "You still want to leave?" The inner demon smiled coldly. He took out the Chang Shui and used the phantom steps. Before the portal opened, he landed behind the chief of the divine python tribe. Then, he stabbed his saber into the divine python tribe's chief's back and destroyed the chief's sea of chi on the spot. "Son of a bitch, I'll kill you." The chief of the divine python tribe had lost his mind. He turned around and pounced on the inner demons. The inner demons did not care and retreated quickly, because there was no need for him to do anything now. As long as the cultivation of the chief of the divine python tribe was destroyed, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. In less than 3 breaths, the chief of the divine python tribe's cultivation was destroyed and he fell down powerlessly. But he did not give up yet. He finally calmed down. He quickly took out a spirit sea elixir and a healing elixir from his Jianghu bag and was about to take them. However, at this moment, the inner demon stepped forward and snatched the spirit sea elixir, the healing elixir, and the Qinkuan bag from his hands. The chief of the divine python tribe was in despair. The inner demons grabbed the chief of the divine python tribe by his clothes and twisted him in the air. He shook the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir in his hands and grinned. "Do you want them?" The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. "Then beg me?" The inner demons teased. "I beg you, please be merciful and give them to me." At this point, how could he still have a backbone? The chief of the divine python tribe begged repeatedly. However, under the pleading gaze of the chief of the divine python tribe, the inner demons tightened his fingers and crushed the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir bit by bit. "No, I beg you," the chief of the divine python tribe screamed in despair. However, in the end, the inner demons clenched his big hands and crushed the spirit sea elixir and the healing elixir into powder. The inner demons scattered the powder in his hands and shook his head regretfully. "I'm sorry. I accidentally crushed it. Do you want me to give you another one?" Okay. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of desire. The inner demons slapped the back of the chief's head and scolded, "Damn you. Do you really think I'm so kind? You killed Pei Qin and forced my wife to death. What else do you want?" The chief of the divine python tribe roared angrily. "What do you think I want? Although my brother is a good-for-nothing, you can't bully him as you like." The inner demon sneered. The chief of the divine python tribe sneered. "Then you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, I won't let this go." "Kill you now?" No. I've thought about it. Killing you now is too easy for you. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, after you've tasted the disdain of the world, I'll send you to reunite with your wife." The inner demons grinned. Then he lowered his head and glanced at the shattered ground below. Who was the one who attacked in the dark? Suddenly, his eyes flashed slightly. He opened a portal and walked in with the chief of the divine python tribe. Not long after he left, a golden stream of light shot out from a crack in the ground below. It was a person. However, his face could not be seen clearly. He was shrouded in golden light. "Ancestor Mu? Patriarch Mu? Are you really brothers? But why do I feel like you're the same person?" The golden figure mumbled to himself. It was a woman's voice. However, at this moment, the inner demons appeared again with the chief of the divine python tribe. "There's really someone here." When he saw the golden figure, the inner demon's eyes flashed red. He shouted, "Who exactly are you? Last time, my brother was schemed against by the scorpion tribe in the Rolling Clouds Mountains. Were you the one who saved him? Just now, he had only pretended to leave to lure this person out. The younger brother is difficult to deal with. I didn't expect the older brother to be so difficult as well." The golden figure mumbled to himself. Then, he turned around and left without saying a word. Don't even think about leaving if you don't explain yourself. Chapter 1096. The golden figure did not look back, nor did he respond to the inner demons. Guyuan sword technique. The inner demon's eyes flashed fiercely. Crimson sword chi emerged, and 50 sword shadows appeared in an instant, slashing toward the golden figure. Feeling the destructive sharpness, the golden figure narrowed his eyes and said, "I mean you no harm. Why don't you let it go?" This voice, the inner demons trembled, and the 50 sword shadows stopped in the void. Their eyes were full of disbelief. The golden figure took the opportunity to open the portal and left without looking back. "This sovereign, did you hear it?" The inner demons thought. "Yes. I didn't expect it to be her." In the inner world, Qin Feiyang also felt incredulous. "It seems that she didn't help you purely out of kindness. She must have some other purpose." The inner demons said. "Probably." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered, his eyes flickering. The inner demons also entered the castle with the divine python tribe's leader. What happened? Seeing the heavenly spiral tribe's leader lying on the ground like a dead dog covered in blood, the inner demons looked at Lu Hong and the others suspiciously. Viper smiled and said, "This person doesn't know what's good for him. After coming to the castle, he still wanted to cause trouble, so I gave him a good beating." The inner demons suddenly understood. He looked down at the heavenly spiral tribe's leader contemptuously and sneered, "Where do you think this is? Do you think this is a place for you to be presumptuous?" The heavenly spiral tribe's leader curled up, his eyes full of despair. "Where is this?" At the same time, the divine python tribe's leader glanced at Lu Hong and the others and the castle in surprise. The inner demon said proudly, "This is my space divine item." Space divine item? The divine python tribe's leader was suspicious. "Can't you see it? He is Qin Fiyang, the man who terrifies everyone." The heavenly spiral tribe's leader pointed at the inner demons and shouted at the divine python tribe's leader. "What? Qin Fiyang?" The chief of the divine python tribe widened his eyes in disbelief. Wolf King couldn't stop laughing. The chief of the divine python tribe glanced at them one by one. When he saw the Wolf King, his body and mind trembled. He then looked at the inner demons and said, "It really is you. Are you surprised?" The inner demons said. The chief of the divine python tribe asked, "If you are Qin Feiyang, then who is your brother? What is his purpose in sneaking into the main tower?" Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person before him was the one who had massacred several large regions and snatched away the heavenly astral flames. "You should worry more about yourself." The inner demons formed a seal with both hands, and 2 enslavement seals appeared, sinking into the heads of the heavenly spiral tribes and divine python tribes leaders. "Ah!" The 2 of them immediately screamed. But soon, the pain disappeared. The chief of the divine python tribe roared, "What did you do to me?" Lu Hong explained to them. After saying that, the inner demons left the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang immediately manifested next to the inner demons. The inner demons said, "I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Feiyang smiled. After interacting with the inner demons for a long time, he realized that this guy wasn't that difficult to get along with. The inner demons laughed and returned to his inner world. Qin Feiyang's consciousness also entered his sea of consciousness. After pondering for a moment, he found a pool nearby, washed the blood off his body, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then he opened a portal and descended into an alchemy room. The alchemy room was very quiet. A young man in white was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room. It was Pei. Qin Feiyang entered the cultivation room and said with a smile, "Brother Pei, I've taken the liberty to visit you again." Pei opened his eyes and looked up at Qin Feiyang. He was speechless. "Only you. If it were someone else, I would definitely chase them out." Qin Feiyang shook his head and chuckled. "Do you have time? I have something to talk to you about." "Yes." Pei nodded and got up. "Let's go to the lounge. We can talk while drinking." The 2 of them entered the lounge one after another and sat opposite each other in front of the coffee table. Pei washed the tea set and asked while making tea, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do you remember that I told you that there was more to your father's death when we were at the divine python tribe previously?" Slightly stunned, Pei said apprehensively, "I remember that you didn't say that there was more to my father's death. Instead, you said that you wanted to tell me how he died." "That's what I said. However, there is indeed more to your father's death. I just didn't say it so bluntly back then," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi's gaze froze and he stopped what he was doing. He said in a low voice, "I hope you can tell me the truth." Qin Feiyang said, "Are you mentally prepared, then? Will this matter be a huge blow to me?" Pei asked. "It might even break you down." Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei remained silent and began to make tea again. There was no expression on his face at all. No one knew what he was thinking. Gurgle. A few moments later, Pei picked up the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. He pushed 1 cup of tea towards Qin Feiyang while holding the other cup for himself. He then placed it beside his mouth and slowly sipped on it. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry either. He sipped on the tea while waiting. All of a sudden, he raised his head and downed the tea in 1 gulp. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and said smilingly, "I believe there's nothing that can affect me anymore. Tell me." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and put down the teacup. Staring into Pei Yi's eyes, he said, the real culprit behind your father's death is your uncle. Gotcha. As soon as he said that, the teacup in Pei Yi's hand was crushed into pieces. A deafening silence filled the resting room. After some time, Pei Yi asked softly, "Do you have any evidence?" His tone was calm, as if he was not affected at all. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei Yi asked, "When did you find out?" "On the day I accompanied you to retrieve your father's body, Fatso and I went to investigate. At that time, someone witnessed your uncle murdering your father. Fu Anshan also knows about it and has been using it to threaten your uncle for years." Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is too cruel to you. So, I couldn't bear to do it." "Why are you telling me now, then?" Pei Yi asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Because tomorrow, all of this will be made public. I want to tell you in advance, so that you won't." Pei Yi said, "Are you afraid that I'll go berserk tomorrow?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei Yi hung his head low again and remained silent. Qin Feiyang looked at him and asked with a frown, "Why don't you doubt my words at all?" "Because you don't have a motive to lie to me." Pei Yi smiled calmly and looked up at Qin Feiyang. "It's also because I already knew the truth long ago." "What?" Qin Feiyang sprung up abruptly. "Are you shocked? Why am I still so indifferent after knowing the truth?" Pei Yi asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and returned to his seat. Shaking his head, he said self-deprecatingly, "Seems like I've been too nosy. I want to thank you for forcing me to face the truth. Did you know? I've been avoiding it in the past because I didn't know how to face it. No matter what, he's still my second uncle and we share the same blood. He's also the one who raised me. So, I've been pretending to be a fool and refusing to think about these things." Pei Yi sighed. "When did you find out?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Very, very long ago. I think it was when I was in my teens. I went to look for him one day and happened to overhear him talking to Pei Qin about it. So, you're not afraid that I'll go berserk tomorrow? Because I've already gone berserk countless times over the years and I've already become numb to it." Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "There must be another reason why you didn't expose him, right? Once this matter is exposed, the divine python tribe will definitely fall from grace and may even be squeezed out of the super tribes. Do you know? My ancestors have sacrificed a lot to make the divine python tribe what it is today. I can't let the tribe decline because of my personal affairs." Pei Yi smiled and said, full of vicissitudes and helplessness. Qin Feiyang looked at him with a complicated expression. For the sake of the tribe's honor, he was willing to put aside the blood feud and bear it alone. This person was really admirable. Qin Feiyang said, "What about now? Will you stop me?" "Some things can't be avoided forever. There will be a day when you have to face it. I also believe that if it weren't for my second uncle who went too far, you wouldn't have done this." Pei said. After chatting for a while, Qin Feiyang left. This conversation also gave him a comprehensive understanding of what kind of person Pei Yi was. He was responsible. He was responsible. He was magnanimous and had a great vision. He could conclude that this person would definitely become a formidable person in the future. The next day, North City. Early in the morning, the people of the transaction pavilion entered the central square, which was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. When the sun rose, Fu Anshan led a group of guards into the square with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was in high spirits. Yen Wei followed behind him with a smile on his face. Fu Anshan walked to the center of the square and scanned the surroundings. Then he looked at Yen Wei and instructed, "Go and check. Be careful and don't make any mistakes." "Okay." Yen Wei nodded. Fu Anshan looked at the guards again and shouted, "And you guys, keep a close eye on me. If my succession ceremony is ruined because of your negligence, I'll hold you responsible." A group of guards responded loudly and spread out in all directions, standing straight at the edge of the square, ready for battle. Today is the day this old man will soar to the top. Ha! Looking at everything in front of him, Fu Anshan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. A moment later, Yan Wei returned to Fu Anshan and said with cupped fists, "Lord, I've checked. There's no problem." "Well done. Later, you'll be in charge of monitoring the entire place. Once there are any changes, immediately think of a way to suppress them." Fu Anshan transmitted his voice. "Understood. Congratulations in advance, Lord." Yan Wei smiled obsequiously. Fu Anshan laughed and said, "Don't worry, when I soar, I won't shortchange you." "Thank you." Chapter 1097. The sun was high in the sky. Everything was ready and waiting for the guests to enter. So, a tall and sturdy man appeared in the air above the square. His face was stern and serious. It was Immortal. Fu Anshan immediately went forward and cupped his fists. "Brother, oh, welcome, welcome." Immortal also cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Fu, congratulations." Fu Anshan chuckled and asked, "When will the pavilion master and vice pavilion master arrive?" "It should be soon." "Old brother Fu, don't be anxious. You're already a deputy pavilion master. You won't be able to run away." Immortal smiled. Of course, of course." Fu Anshan nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, another figure descended in the sky above the square. This person looked middle-aged and was dressed in luxurious clothes. He had sword-like eyebrows that reached his temples and exuded an immense pressure. Seeing this person, Yan Wei hurriedly shouted loudly, "The Qilin tribe's leader has arrived." Fu Anshan's spirit was roused, and he hurriedly raised his head to look at the Qilin tribe's leader. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, long time no see. I trust you've been well since we last met." "Brother Wu, nice to meet you." Immortal also cupped his hands and smiled. The leader of the Qilin tribe landed in front of the two of them and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Also, congratulations to Brother Fu for being promoted to Vice Pavilion Master. In the future, I hope Brother Fu will take care of me." "You're welcome. Brother Wu, please have a seat." Fu Anshan personally led the Qilin tribe's leader to a seat in the center. After the Qilin tribe's leader sat down, he smiled and said, "Brother Fu, you don't have to pay attention to me. Go and busy yourself." "That's good. Brother Wu, please help yourself." Fu Anshan nodded with a smile and prepared to welcome the next guest. The square had already become a sea of people, and it was extremely lively. "The leader of the Adamantine tribe has arrived." Suddenly, Yan Wei's shout rang out again. A 2-meter-tall man appeared in the air above the square. Fu Anshan smiled and said, "Brother Nye, we're honored by your presence. This Fu failed to welcome you from afar. I hope that you can forgive me. Today is your big day, so you don't have to be so polite." The leader of the Vajra tribe waved his hand and smiled. He glanced at the square and asked in a low voice, "Why don't I see Ancestor Mu? Didn't you invite him?" A cold light flashed in the depths of Fu Anshan's eyes, and he said with a smile, "How can I not invite Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple? Don't worry, Brother Nye, he'll definitely be here soon." "Then I'll be waiting," the Vajra tribe's chief said meaningfully. He walked straight to the side of the Qilin tribe's chief and sat down. The two of them exchanged greetings for a while and then began to chat. Yan Wei walked to Fu Anshan's side and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, this Vajra tribe's leader seems to have some ill intentions." "Of course I can tell. He's trying to target Ancestor Mu. To me, this is a good thing. But not today. If he wants to cause trouble later, remember to think of a way to stop him." Fu Anshan transmitted his voice. Before he succeeded as the Deputy Pavilion Master, he did not want to see any accidents, not even the slightest accident. "Understood." Yan Wei nodded. Soothing Lake. "Sis, Brother Mu, it's time for us to go." Young Master Hao stood in the courtyard, glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu's courtyard, and urged, "It's not like you're going to succeed as the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Trading Pavilion. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Yu's cold voice came out. "I have something to deal with too. Wait for me." Qin Feiyang's voice also came out from the pavilion. "What a dawdler!" Young Master Hao glared at the two pavilions in dissatisfaction. In the pavilion, Qin Feiyang was actually ready, but there were still some things to be done. He took out the image crystal. Fatso's shadow soon appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you found Li He and Shen Feiyun?" "Yes. I guess they've already sneaked into North City," Fatso said. "Then come over," Qin Feiyang said. Fatso nodded. In less than 3 breaths, Fatso appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the leaders of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe and the Divine Python Tribe appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were still stained with blood, and their qi had not recovered. Their faces were full of fear and despair. "You already know the effect of the slave seal. If you want to live, do as I say. Also, don't play tricks with me. I know what you're thinking. I can also kill all of you before you can even speak." Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them coldly. The leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe trembled and said, "After this is done, will you really let us go?" "I'll think about it." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Fatso and said, "Take them to North City first and act according to the situation." "Understood." Fatso nodded, opened the portal, and looked at the 2 coldly. "Let's go." The 2 of them looked at each other and could only follow Fatso into the portal. The show is about to begin. "Fu and Shen, are you ready?" Qin Feiyang muttered with a cold smile and turned to walk out of the attic. At the same time, Wang Yuer also came out. Seeing Wang Yuer at this moment, young Master Hao and Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Wang Yuer was dressed in a light green silk dress. Her long black hair was tied up with an exquisite jade hairpin at the end of her hair. She walked out slowly, and her body was graceful. Whether it was the charm or the noble aura she used to have, they were all gone. She was pure and charming. Young Master Hao walked up, touched Wang Yuer's forehead, and said suspiciously, "You don't have a fever? What are you doing?" Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows. "You've never dressed like this before. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Young Master Hao said. A row of black lines appeared on Wang Yuer's forehead. Seeing that the situation was not good, young Master Hao hurriedly said with a smile, "But it's not bad. You have the temperament of a lady and everyone loves you. Brother Mu, don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang approved of her, Wang Yuer could not help but feel a trace of joy in her heart. However, her face was still as cold as frost. She opened the portal and said, "Let's go." The 3 of them walked in one after another. Swoosh! When the 3 of them arrived in the sky above the square, the leaders of the 8 super tribes had all arrived, including Lu Yuan and the other 2 stewards. As soon as Yen Wei saw the 3 of them, he immediately shouted, "Young Master Hao, Young Master Yu, and Young Master Mu are here." The leaders raised their heads to look at the 3 of them, and their eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Fu and Shan also immediately went up to greet them, bowed, and said with a smile, "I thought the 3 of you wouldn't come." Wang Yuer smiled faintly and said, "Steward Fu invited us so warmly. Wouldn't it be rude if we didn't come?" Young Master Hao said, "Sister, you should change the way you address him now. You should call him Pavilion Master Fu." No. I haven't succeeded the position of Deputy Pavilion Master yet. You can't call him that." Fu and Shan hurriedly waved his hands in fear. "It's only a matter of time." Young Master Hao grinned. Fu and Shan chuckled and extended his hand. "Young Masters, miss you, please take a seat." The 3 of them nodded and landed on the square, walking towards the 8 leaders. "Hello, Young Master Mu. Hello, Young Master Hao. Hello, Monsieur." The 8 great leaders all stood up and greeted her. As for the leaders of the Vajra tribe and the Qilin tribe, although they also greeted Qin Feiyang with a smile, there was clearly a hint of coldness hidden in their smiles. Qin Feiyang didn't care and returned the greetings one by one. Following that, the 3 of them sat side by side. Young Master Hao swept his gaze across the people in the plaza and said in a low voice, "Brother, do you think the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will come for such a big matter?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said with a sound transmission, "That will depend on whether Fu and Shan invited her or not. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has arrived." Before he finished speaking, Yen Wei's voice sounded. Wherewith, young Master Hao's spirit was aroused, and he immediately looked forward, and saw a woman wearing a light golden dress floating over, landing on the plaza. However, just like before, her face was covered by a veil, and her true appearance could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of watery eyes could be seen. Idiot! Wang Yu rolled his eyes and glanced at Qin Feiyang. When he realized that Qin Feiyang was also staring straight at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a wave of anger immediately rose in his heart. These stinking men were indeed all the same. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion swept a glance at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, then walked in front of Fu Anshan and bowed with a smile. Congratulations to Elder Fu for being promoted to Vice Pavilion Master. Fu Anshan hurriedly said, "You're welcome, miss. Please take a seat." "Here, here." Young Master Hao immediately waved to the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Wang Yu said angrily, "You're a man, can't you have some backbone?" However, young Master Hao turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes filled with anticipation. The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at young Master Hao and shook her head with a smile. Then, she slowly walked in front of the three of them and smiled at Qin Feiyang. "Young Master, we meet again." "Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao called out, "Come, come, sit beside me." "Thank you, young Master Hao." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bowed politely, turned around and sat on the chair. Then, she smiled and nodded at Wang Yu and looked at the plaza in front of her. Young Master Hao asked in a low voice, "Didn't you not like this kind of occasion?" "Although I don't like it, since Steward Fu has invited me, I will definitely give him face." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion chuckled. Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, "Then you have to be careful of him, this guy is an old hooligan." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was stunned, and nodded, "Thank you for your reminder, young master, I will be careful." Young Master Hao only had eyes for the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and directly treated Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu as heir. Wang Yu glanced at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with her?" "There's nothing between me and her? Why do you ask?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Didn't you notice? Ever since she came here, you've been watching her, and you still say that there's nothing between us." Wang Yu said angrily. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before teasing, "Are you jealous?" Scram. "Do you know her very well? And you're jealous? You think too highly of yourself." Wang Yu snorted coldly, somewhat angry from embarrassment. "Then why are you asking so much? It's my freedom to look at whoever I like. It's none of your business." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Chapter 1098. Could this woman have really fallen for me? Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yu's expression from the corner of his eye and could not help but feel uneasy. It was a happy thing to be liked by someone, especially someone like Wang Yu, who was beautiful, talented, and had a strong family background. However, Qin Feiyang did not feel happy at all. There was only worry. What's going on? Why isn't the leader of the Divine Python tribe here yet? Suddenly, the leader of the Diamond tribe asked suspiciously. "That's right. I haven't seen him." Everyone reacted with puzzlement on their faces. The leader of the Diamond tribe looked at Fu Anshan and asked, "Brother Fu, didn't you invite him?" "I did." Fu Anshan nodded and thought for a moment before smiling. "He might have been delayed by something. Let's wait a little longer. I'm late. Please forgive me, everyone." However, before he finished, an old voice sounded from above. Everyone looked up and saw a red-haired old man standing in the sky. He was wearing a bright red robe and exuded an unfathomable aura. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that there was a hint of worry between his brows. Aren't you the Grand Elder of the Divine Python tribe? Why you here? Where's your leader?" The leader of the Diamond tribe and the others looked at him in shock. "Our leader was delayed by something and couldn't come personally. That's why he sent me to attend the ceremony. I'm really sorry." The red-haired old man smiled. Fu Anshan waved it off. "It's fine, it's my honor that the Grand Elder is here personally. Please take a seat." The red-haired old man smiled and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He sat on the seat beside him and sent a voice transmission. Young friend, can you tell me where my leader and high priest are now? How would I know where your leader and high priest are? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned to look at the red-haired old man in confusion. Young friend, let's not beat around the bush. Last night, your brother came to my divine python tribe and left with the leader and high priest. They haven't returned yet. Sending a message to them is like throwing a stone into the ocean. Little friend, I don't know what grudge you have with our leader, but please don't harm him. The red-haired old man pleaded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, how can I hurt him with my little ability? Old man, I really don't know. Why don't I ask my big brother after the ceremony? Thank you very much. The red-haired old man said gratefully. Pavilion Master, Vice Pavilion Master has arrived. At this moment, Yan Wei's voice sounded again. The square immediately quieted down. Everyone looked up and saw two old men standing in the air. One of them was wearing a long white robe. He was in high spirits, his eyes were bright, and his temperament was outstanding. The other person was dressed in a black robe. He had white hair, a stooped body, and a weak aura. His eyes were dim and lifeless. Greetings, Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master. Fu Anshan, Mo Yizhen, Lu Yuan and the other two stewards, as well as the staff and guards of the trading pavilion, all knelt down to greet him. Greetings, elders. Qin Feiyang and the other two, the 8 leaders, the red-haired old man, and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion looked at the people below with a smile and said to the old man in black, let's go down. The old man in black nodded. The two landed in the center of the square and then walked straight to Qin Feiyang under everyone's gaze. The old man in black cupped his hands and said, I've heard of little friend's name. Seeing you today, you're indeed a dragon among men. He's the vice pavilion master of the trading pavilion. Wang Yuer transmitted her voice. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Senior is too polite. I really don't dare to be called a dragon among men. Sigh, young people are full of vigor. There's no need to be so humble. Otherwise, when you're old, you won't have the chance to be high profile like this old man. The old man in black laughed with a hoarse voice. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man's turbid eyes. He was indeed nearing the end of his lifespan, but there wasn't a trace of fear on the old man's face. He said calmly, Junior still needs to learn more from Senior's temperament. The old man in black shook his head and said with a smile, You're already a man with 1 foot in the grave. What's there to learn? Mo Yizhen looked at Qin Feiyang and said respectfully, Two lords, please take a seat. The two nodded. The pavilion master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Little friend, let's have a good chat after the inauguration ceremony. It's my honor. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The pavilion master smiled and walked to the central seat with the old man in black. They turned around and sat side by side. The old man in black looked at everyone and said to Mo Yizhen, Let's begin. Mo Yizhen said respectfully and walked to the front of the stage. He looked around and said with a smile, Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the inauguration ceremony of our pavilion vice pavilion master. What followed was nothing more than a series of pleasantries. Qin Feiyang turned to look at young Master Hao and asked through voice transmission, Your father didn't come? It's not the pavilion master's inauguration ceremony. What is he doing here? Young Master Hao said with disdain. But before he finished speaking, 2 more people appeared in the sky. Yan Wei noticed it immediately. His pupils shrank and he shouted, Chief Pavilion Master and the Temple Master of the Oracle Hall are here. Everyone was surprised and looked up. Immediately, everyone stood up and bowed to welcome them. What is the old man doing here? Young Master Hao was surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master. The 2 of them were also surprised. Obviously, they didn't know the Chief Pavilion Master would come. Gong Sun Bei smiled and said, We came uninvited. You won't blame us, right? Fu Anshan shuddered and hurriedly said, No, this is our honor. Masters, please take a seat. The pavilion master and vice pavilion master also immediately gave up their seats. Gong Sunbei smiled and said, "Today, you are the hosts. We can't steal the limelight. Just find a place to sit." The two of them landed on the square and walked towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Seeing this, everyone understood. They were going to sit with young Master Hao and the other two. The red-haired old man sitting next to Qin Feiyang and the leader of a super tribe immediately retreated to the side to make room. After the two of them sat down, young Master Hao turned to look at the two of them and secretly sent a voice transmission, "What are you doing here?" Gong Sun Bei secretly laughed and said, "Little junior brother, you don't know this, right? Master is here to watch your performance." "Watch my performance?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows. Gong Sun Bei said, "Didn't you tell me last time that you would expose Fu Anshan's true colors today?" "I see." Young Master Hao suddenly realized and chuckled, "Don't worry, I will definitely let you guys watch a good show." "Then I'll look forward to it." Gong Sun Bei smiled. Although the Chief Tower Master didn't say anything, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The Pavilion Master looked at Mo Yijin and said, "Let's cut the formalities and get started." Mo Yijin nodded, glanced at everyone present, and said with a smile, "Now, let's invite Steward Fu Anshan to come on stage." Hearing this, Fu Anshan took a deep breath and strode onto the high platform. "First of all, I would like to thank everyone for coming to participate in the succession ceremony, especially the Chief Tower Master. I am flattered. Secondly, I would like to thank the two Pavilion Masters. If it weren't for your nurturing, I wouldn't be where I am today. I hereby swear that in the future, I will do my best to manage the trading pavilion wholeheartedly and strive to bring the trading pavilion to the next level." Fu Anshan's impassioned speech. The applause continued. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao were also applauding, but there was a hint of playfulness on their faces. After Fu Anshan finished his speech, Mo Yijin took a step forward and said, "Then now, let's invite the Vice Pavilion Master to come on stage." The applause was thunderous. The old man in black got up and walked up the high platform shakily. He smiled and said, "We have all seen Fu Anshan's ability. With him helping this old man manage the trading pavilion, this old man can rest assured and enjoy the rest of his life." As he said that, he took out a square seal from his arms. The square seal was the size of a baby's fist. It was as white as jade, and there was a fire phoenix pattern engraved on it, emitting a hazy light. This was the Vice Pavilion Master's jade seal. As long as the jade seal was in Fu Anshan's hands, he would officially become the Vice Pavilion Master of the Trading Pavilion. So at this moment, he looked at the jade seal with unprecedented excitement in his heart. He couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. The old man in black turned around, looked at Fu Anshan, and said with a smile, "Now this old man will give it to you. I hope you can cherish everything you have now." "I will." Fu Anshan nodded, bent down and stretched out his hands. "It's my turn." Young Master Hao laughed coldly. Qin Feiyang held him down and sent a sound transmission, "Wait a little longer." "Still waiting?" Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows, but he also heard Qin Feiyang's words. Because he knew that Qin Feiyang definitely had a reason for doing this. Moreover, if not for Qin Feiyang's help this time, he wouldn't have been able to grasp Fu Anshan's weakness. The old man in black lowered his head and looked at the jade seal. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but in the end, he still handed it over to Fu Anshan. Finally, I've become the Vice Pavilion Master of the Trading Pavilion." Fu Anshan looked at the jade seal in his hand, his old eyes filled with excitement, feeling as if he was dreaming. "Congratulations. This is a congratulatory gift that I have prepared. Vice Pavilion Master, please accept it." With a wave of the Qilin tribe's hand, an exquisite gift box flew towards Fu Anshan. Fu Anshan regained his senses and caught the gift box. Without even looking at it, he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Wu." The other leaders and the Divine Python tribe's Grand Elder also sent out congratulatory gifts. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house also sent a jar of Dragon Phoenix wine. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, the leader of the Vajra tribe chuckled and said, "Brother Mu, I believe you have also prepared a congratulatory gift. Take it out and let us old fellows see it. That's right. With your identity, it must be something extraordinary. The leader of the Qilin tribe laughed. Although the chief tower master was present, their words didn't have any obvious intention of targeting him. They just treated it as a joke, so they weren't worried that they would anger the chief tower master. Although Fu Anshan knew, he didn't stand out to smooth things over. Chapter 1099. The other leaders also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the plaza became a little different. It's already an honor for little friend to be able to participate in the succession ceremony. It doesn't matter if you have a gift or not. Finally, it was the pavilion master of the trading pavilion who stood up to smooth things over. However, when he said this, not only did the atmosphere not ease, it became even weirder. Especially the leaders of the Qilin tribe and the Vajra tribe, the expressions on their faces were intriguing. As for the chief pagoda master and Gongsun Bei, they had been silent the entire time, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Hee. Qin Feiyang scanned the crowd and suddenly laughed. Of course, he knew what these people were thinking. They just wanted to see him embarrass himself in public. But how could such a thing happen to him? Senior, this junior is not someone who does not understand etiquette. For such a joyous occasion, I will definitely prepare a congratulatory gift. And as everyone said, it is indeed a few big gifts. Listen up, it's not one, it's a few. However, I can't take it out yet. Please allow this junior to keep you in suspense. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and smiled faintly. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion was slightly startled, and nodded with a smile, "Little friend, as you wish." What gift? So mysterious? The leaders looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. Young Master House swept his gaze across the crowd, then looked at Fu Anshan who was standing on the high platform in high spirits, and sent a sound transmission, "Brother Mu, do you still want to wait?" "No rush." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The old man in black said a few more words of emotion, then left the platform and returned to his seat. Mo Yijin took a step forward and said with a smile, "The succession ceremony can be considered to have come to a perfect end. Now, I would like to invite everyone to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion. We have already prepared a banquet." Young Master Hao said anxiously, "Brother Mu, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late." Qin Feiyang did not reply, and stared at Fu Anshan. Just as everyone heard Mo Yijin's words and stood up, Fu Anshan also woke up from his excitement. Seeing that everyone was preparing to go to the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, he quickly put away the jade seal and stretched out his hand. "Everyone, wait." Everyone turned around and looked at him suspiciously. Fu Anshan laughed. "Taking advantage of today's joyous occasion, I have another joyous occasion to announce." "What good news?" Everyone was curious. "I believe many of you know that I lost my wife in my early years, leaving behind my only son, Fu Xiong. However, Fu Xiong died in a foreign land some time ago, so I plan to marry another wife to continue the line of the Fu family." Fu Anshan smiled. "This is indeed a good thing. Double happiness. Brother Fu, congratulations, congratulations. I wonder which family's lady is so lucky to be chosen by Brother Fu?" The chief of the Adamantine tribe asked. "Her name is Li Yan." Fu Anshan said. "Li Yan? Why does this name sound so familiar?" "Right, I remember now. She seems to be Li He's granddaughter? This, if I remember correctly, Li Yan is still a virgin. She actually married Fu Anshan. Is there a mistake? Don't tell me there's something fishy going on here?" Everyone began to discuss in low voices. "Everyone, please listen to me. I definitely didn't do anything to threaten Li Yan or her family. It's Miss Li Yan who doesn't mind an old man like me and is willing to marry me." Fu Anshan said. "Hypocrite." Young Master Hao sneered secretly. This explanation was too deliberate. It was equivalent to revealing 300 taels of silver here. He glanced at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang wasn't surprised at all, he asked suspiciously, "Brother Mu, don't tell me you knew about this long ago?" Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. Hearing everyone's discussion, the pavilion master frowned and said, Fu Anshan, tell me clearly. Is Li Yan really willing? Fu Anshan hurriedly said, Sir, this is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask her herself. Where is she? Everyone scanned the crowd around the square. It's her. She's Li He's granddaughter, Li Yan. The crowd on the left suddenly became restless. Everyone looked over and saw Li Yan, accompanied by a middle-aged couple, slowly walking into the square. The middle-aged couple was Li Yan's parents. Fu Anshan went up to her with a smile and said, Miss Li Yan, please tell everyone. As he spoke, a hint of threat flashed across his eyes. Li Yan looked at him coldly and walked straight up the platform. Fu Anshan and the middle-aged couple followed closely behind her. The pavilion master looked at Li Yan and asked, Are you really willing to marry Fu Anshan? If it was voluntary, even if there was a huge difference in seniority and age between the two, outsiders couldn't say anything. Li Yan glanced at the crowd and remained silent. Fu Anshan couldn't help but become anxious and transmitted his voice. Now that I'm the deputy pavilion master of the transaction pavilion, you'd better not play any tricks. However, Li Yan turned a deaf ear to him and her gaze fell on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. Li Yan took a deep breath and said, I didn't do it willingly. He threatened me. If I didn't marry him, he would deal with my Li family. The middle-aged couple shouted. Fu Anshan clenched his fists and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. It was indeed a threat. I knew it. Li Yan is so young and beautiful. How could she like an old man? An old cow eating young grass. This Fu Anshan is too much. The crowd around the square was in an uproar. The pavilion master of the transaction pavilion frowned and said in a deep voice, Fu Anshan, give me an explanation immediately. Fu Anshan panicked and turned to look at Li Yan. Miss Li Yan, there are so many important people present. Don't joke around. As he spoke, he gave the middle-aged couple a look. That's right. Yan, now is not the time to be willful. Quickly answer the pavilion master truthfully. The middle-aged couple was afraid that Fu Anshan would take revenge and hurriedly persuaded Li Yan in a low voice. I'm not joking. It's him. He repeatedly threatened my parents. He said that if I don't marry him, when he takes the position of deputy pavilion master, he will make my Li family disappear from the central divine kingdom. Li Yan shook her head and sneered. Fu Anshan's eyes suddenly became fierce. At this moment, a loud applause sounded in the square. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the person clapping was Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang's face was full of smiles. Fu Anshan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, Brother Mu, why are you doing this? Qin Feiyang slowly got up and said with a faint smile, Are you wondering why Li Yan is suddenly not afraid of your threat? Fu Anshan was shocked. Li Yan's sudden change of heart had something to do with this person? Didn't I just say that I prepared a few big gifts for you? Li Yan's counterattack is the first big gift. Qin Feiyang said. It seems that he already knew that Li Yan was threatened by Fu Anshan. But why did he help Li Yan? What is their relationship? Everyone was suspicious. Then they looked at Fu Anshan. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Originally, everything was flawless. Not only would he obtain supreme authority, he would also obtain a young and beautiful woman. It could be said that he would obtain both power and beauty. But he never expected that a demon would appear in the middle of the process. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion was about to explode. It was a good ceremony, but such a thing happened. It was a disgrace to the trading pavilion. He looked coldly at Fu Anshan and Qin Feiyang and said, Young friend, you just said that Li Yan is only the first big gift. What about the rest? The rest? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and returned to his seat. He turned his head and nodded to young Master Hao. Young Master Hao had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After receiving Qin Feiyang's instruction, he immediately stood up. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on young Master Hao, including the Chief Tower Master and Gong Sun Bei. Young Master Hao walked to the high platform with his head held high and said, Do you remember the deaths of Li He and Shen Feiyun some time ago? Of course. Both of them died mysteriously, and the real murderer has not been found yet. People discussed. Fu Anshan's body tightened. He looked at young Master Hao next to him and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He was guilty. Young Master Hao turned his head and looked at Fu Anshan suspiciously. Why are you sweating? Is it hot? A little. Fu Anshan quickly nodded. Young Master Hao smiled mockingly. He looked at the crowd and said, everyone may think that the death of Li He and Shen Feiyun will become an unsolved case. But I can tell you clearly that it will never be. Because I have already found out who the murderer is. As soon as these words came out, Li Yan and the middle-aged couple suddenly turned their heads and looked at young Master Hao. Fu Anshan's body trembled and cold sweat couldn't stop coming out. Who is the real murderer? Li He is the steward of the trading pavilion and Shen Feiyun is an old friend of Gongsun Bei. Who has the guts to kill them? People were surprised. So were the leaders. Young Master Hao, do you really know the real murderer who killed my grandfather? Li Yan ran to young Master Hao and asked tearfully. Young Master Hao nodded. Who is so heartless to murder such a good person like my grandfather? Li Yan cried sadly. Don't be sad. The wicked will be punished sooner or later. Young Master Hao comforted her, then looked at the crowd and shouted, the real murderer is the leader of the divine python tribe. What? It's him! The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. Even the chief tower master and Gongsun Bei were very surprised. Because the leader of the divine python tribe had always given everyone the impression that he was a law-abiding person. How could he do such a thing? How did he know? Fu Anshan, however, was extremely panicked. Impossible! An angry roar sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw a red-haired old man staring at young Master Hao angrily. It was the Grand Elder of the Divine Python tribe. Is that so? Young Master Hao smiled playfully. The red-haired old man said in a deep voice, everyone knows the character of our leader. I dare to guarantee with my life that he would never do such a thing. Senior, don't be so sure. Do you really think you know your leader? Chapter 1100. The red-haired old man said angrily, I watched him grow up. Of course I know. Young Master Hao said, then do you know how Pei Changfeng died? Fu Anshan looked at young Master Hao in surprise. Why did he mention Pei Changfeng? Did he know the cause of Pei Changfeng's death? The red-haired old man said coldly, don't mention Pei Changfeng in front of me. But young Master Hao asked. As the eldest son, he was born with the responsibility of leading our divine python tribe. However, not only did he not succeed the position of the chief, he even left and ran out alone. In the end, he died outside. Our divine python tribe doesn't have such an irresponsible person like him. The red-haired old man snorted coldly. In the crowd, a young man in white clenched his hands tightly. It was Pei. If Pei Changfeng hears your words, he probably won't be able to rest in peace in the netherworld. Young Master Hao looked at the red-haired old man and shook his head with a sigh. The red-haired old man said, don't talk nonsense. In short, our leader is definitely not such a person. All right, I won't argue with you. You'll understand how wrong you are in a bit. Young Master Hao smiled mockingly and turned to look at Fu Anshan. Now, I'll give you the second gift. Brother Shen, stewardly, come out. Brother Shen? Stewardly? Is he calling for Shen Feiyun and Li He? But aren't the two of them dead? Everyone looked at young Master Hao suspiciously. Li Yan, the middle-aged woman, and Fu Anshan were also bewildered. The scene fell into dead silence. Suddenly, a series of steady footsteps sounded. Two middle-aged men walked out of the crowd and stared at Fu Anshan with killing intent in their eyes. Suddenly, the trading pavilion guards at the edge of the square stopped them. Young Master Hao shouted, let them in. The two guards' eyes trembled and they hurriedly retreated to the side. There was no suspense. Everyone's gaze once again converged on the two middle-aged men. The two of them entered the square and walked straight up the platform. The master of the transaction pavilion asked, you are? The two of them glanced at the owner of the trading pavilion before taking out a face-restoring pill and popping it into their mouths. Immediately, their appearances changed. In the end, an old man with white hair and a skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of the world. Who else could it be but Li He and Shen Feiyun? It's really them. They didn't die. The appearance of the two immediately caused a huge uproar. Brother Shen. Gong Sun Bei suddenly stood up, gazing at Shen Feiyun. His face was filled with joy and disbelief. Grandpa, father, Li Yan and the middle-aged couple looked at Li He with tears in their eyes. They clearly died in front of my eyes. How can they still be alive? Impossible. This must be a dream. Fu Anshan shook his head frantically, his old face filled with disbelief. Grandpa, looking at the familiar face, Li Yan could no longer control her emotions. She threw herself into Li He's arms and cried bitterly. Li He's heart ached as well. He patted Li Yan's back and blamed himself. I'm sorry. It's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa didn't protect you immediately and let you suffer. No. As long as Grandpa is still alive. Li Yan sobbed as she hugged the old man tightly. She was afraid that the old man would disappear in front of her in the next moment. Father. The middle-aged couple walked up, their eyes red. Li He raised his head to look at the two of them. Anger rose in his heart as he shouted, in order to protect yourself, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your own daughter. Are there any parents like you? Father, the middle-aged man wanted to explain. Enough. I don't want to hear anything now. When we go back, I'll slowly deal with you. Li He shouted coldly, his face filled with anger. The middle-aged couple looked at each other, their hearts filled with bitterness. Did they want to? They didn't want to either. No one in the world was willing to push their daughter into the fire pit. However, not only did Fu Anshan force them, but even the elders in the clan also forced them. What could they do? They could only compromise. Swish. At this moment, Gong Sun Bei took a step forward and landed beside Shen Feiyun. He grabbed Shen Feiyun's shoulder, his hands trembling. Even if one looked carefully, there were tears in his eyes. Obviously, he really cared about Shen Feiyun. Shen Feiyun looked at him and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He said, I was wrong in the past. I apologize to you in front of everyone. No. I should be the one apologizing. Gong Sun Bei shook his head and blamed himself. Enough. Let's not talk about the past. Now I just want to know, do you still recognize me as your big brother? Shen Feiyun asked, a little nervous. Of course. You've always been my big brother. Nothing has changed. Gong Sun Bei nodded. A man doesn't cry easily. However, at this moment, the two middle-aged men hugged each other and couldn't help but shed tears. They finally reconciled. Wang Yu murmured. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, after experiencing a death calamity, one's state of mind will definitely change. Shen Feiyun can be considered to have profited from a disaster and saved this rare friendship. That's right. Speaking of which, I have to thank Fu Anshan and the leader of the Divine Python tribe. Wang Yu said, her gaze falling on Fu Anshan, a cold light flashing in her eyes. At the same time, Li He and Shen Feiyun also looked at Fu Anshan. Li He patted Li Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, Yan, you go down first. Grandpa needs to deal with some personal matters. Okay. Li Yan nodded obediently, and then left the high platform accompanied by the middle-aged couple. Gong Sun Bei glanced at Fu Anshan, his eyes flashing slightly and asked, Brother Shen, do you need my help? There's no need for you to come out for such a small matter. Shen Feiyun waved his hand, his eyes emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Gong Sun Bei nodded and also left the high platform. Young Master Hao turned to look at Fu Anshan and said with a smile, Pavilion Master Fu, what do you think of this second gift from me? Fu Anshan shuddered and hurriedly said with a smile, this is a good thing. Everyone knows Li He's character. He's upright, honest, and selfless. His return is a great joy for our transaction pavilion. As he spoke, he walked in front of Li He, grabbed his hand, and sighed, Old Li, I was sad for a while when I heard the news of your death. Now that you've come back alive, I'm really happy. Thank you for your concern. Deputy Pavilion Master. Li He put on a fake smile. It's my duty. After all, you've contributed too much to our transaction pavilion. If you didn't have an accident, the position of Deputy Pavilion Master would definitely be yours. Fu Anshan smiled. Wang Yu said with disgust, this old thing really doesn't know what shame is. He's already come this far. What else can he do? Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile, and then nodded at young Master Hao. Young Master Hao understood and said indifferently, Fu Anshan, quickly put away that hypocritical face of yours. It's disgusting to look at. Fu Anshan's face stiffened, and he asked in confusion, Young Master Hao, what do you mean? Young Master Hao glanced at him disdainfully, then looked at Li He and smiled. Stewardly, Big Brother Shin, it's better for you to tell us. Who wants to harm you? Li He looked coldly at Fu Anshan, then turned to look at the Chief Tower Master and the others, and said, Lords, the person who plotted against me and Shin Feiyun is indeed the leader of the Divine Python tribe. The red-haired old man immediately roared, Li He, don't slander us. I'm only telling the truth. I'm not wronging anyone. Although the leader of the Divine Python tribe is the one who plotted against us, the real mastermind is him, Fu Anshan. Li He suddenly pointed at Fu Anshan and shouted. What? All the leaders stood up in unison and looked at Fu Anshan in shock. The pavilion master and the black-robed old man did not move, but their hands gripped the armrests of their chairs tightly, obviously trying to suppress their emotions. Nonsense. Li He, what exactly are you trying to do? Fu Anshan roared in exasperation. Li He looked at him coldly and said, This old man doesn't want to do anything. This old man just wants to expose your true colors. Fu Anshan looked at the pavilion master and said, Lord, Li He must be jealous that I succeeded the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, so he framed me. Pavilion Master, you must investigate clearly. Even now, you're still biting back at me. You're indeed a shameless dog. Li He did not hide his ridicule. Fu Anshan roared, Li He, don't go too far. I'm truly happy for you that you came back alive. But you actually slandered me. What are your intentions? Happy for me? Come on, stop pretending. It makes me sick to my stomach. Li He looked down on him. You? Fu Anshan was furious. The pavilion master slammed his palm on the armrest and roared, Shut up. Fu Anshan looked at Li He and sneered, Did you hear that? I told you to shut up. Li He looked at the pavilion master and said mockingly, Are you telling me to shut up, or are you telling me to shut up? Do you really understand? Fu Anshan was stunned and turned to look at the pavilion master. The pavilion master stared at Fu Anshan gloomily and said word by word, I'm telling you to shut up. Fu Anshan's body stiffened, and his expression was extremely ugly. The pavilion master looked at Li He and Shin Feiyun and asked, Why did he order the Divine Python tribe's leader to murder you? Pavilion master, Fu Anshan killed me because I hindered him from succeeding the position of Deputy Pavilion Master. And he killed Shin Feiyun because Shin Feiyun killed his son, Fu Xiong, in Qinghai City. And in order to avenge Fu Xiong, he even sent his confidant, Fu Han, to Qinghai City to assassinate Ancestor Mu, young Master Hao, and Wang Yu. Li He said. What? The leaders were dumbfounded. They had a tacit understanding about Qin Feiyang and had the thought of getting rid of him. But young Master Hao and Wang Yu, one was the Chief Tower Master's biological son and the other was Wang Su's biological daughter. Who dared to touch them? Chapter 1101. Everyone looked at the Chief Pagoda Master again, only to see that his expression was indifferent, as if he was not angry. But everyone knew. If this was true, then Fu Anshan would definitely die a miserable death. Bastard. The pavilion master of the trading pavilion was also fuming with rage, and his lungs were about to explode. Swoosh. Suddenly, he landed on the high platform and slapped Fu Anshan's face in front of everyone. Ah! Fu Anshan screamed in pain and flew out on the spot. His nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. But he could no longer care about the pain and hurriedly got up. He knelt in front of the pavilion master and exclaimed, Sir, I'm innocent. Kneel properly and shut up. The pavilion master shouted and turned to look at young Master Hao. He asked with a smile, "Is there really such a thing?" Young Master Hao nodded. The pavilion master clenched his fists, his old eyes flashing with killing intent. He lowered his head to look at Fu Anshan and said in disappointment, "I really didn't expect you to do so many stupid things." "No, absolutely not." Fu Anshan hurriedly shook his head and looked at young Master Hao. "Young Master Hao, since you said that I sent someone to assassinate you, then take out the evidence." Young Master Hao said indifferently, "I don't have evidence, but as the son of the chief pagoda master, would I lie? If you don't have evidence, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if you are the son of the chief pagoda master, you can't slander others." Fu Anshan's heart calmed down a lot. Young Master Hao said playfully, "Are you thinking that as long as I don't have evidence, you still have a chance to turn things around?" Fu Anshan's eyes flashed with mockery. He had seen the video of Fu Han's confession in young Master Hao's hands, but as long as he insisted that Fu Han was the one who carried him, then he would at most be accused of lax discipline and would not lose his life. "You're too naive." Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled, looking at Qin Feiyang. "Come out." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Come out? Who is he calling out?" Everyone was suspicious. Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, Fatso grabbed the Heavenly Spiral Tribe leader and the Divine Python Tribe leader, and streaked across the sky and landed on the high platform in the square like lightning. "What happened? Didn't the Grand Elder of the Divine Python Tribe just say that their chief is dealing with an important matter? But why are you in Ancestor Mu's hands now, and in such a sorry state? His cultivation seems to have been crippled. Who is the other person?" "Right, he seems to be the leader of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe." Yes, it's him. But wasn't he exiled to the First Zone? Why is he still in the Central Divine Kingdom?" The various leaders were bewildered. Meanwhile, the red-haired old man suddenly stood up and looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe in disbelief. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect this to be the result. He abruptly turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. His hair stood on end as he roared, "Ancestor Mu, what exactly did you and your big brother do to the leader?" "Big brother?" Everyone's eyes trembled slightly. The Chief Tower Master also reacted for the first time. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He stood up and said, "Disciple will tell you the truth later. Master, please don't be anxious." The Chief Tower Master nodded and retracted his gaze. At the same time, Fu Anshan looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe who was covered in blood. His face was filled with disbelief. What exactly happened? A dignified 8-star combat emperor actually fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang? Don't be nervous, you will definitely find a way to turn things around. Young Master Hao smiled mockingly at Fu Anshan. He looked at the chief of the Divine Python Tribe and said, "Tell everyone, did Fu Anshan order you to kill Shen Feiyun?" Fu Anshan hurriedly said, "Brother Pei, we have no enmity. Don't harm me." The red-haired old man also exclaimed, "Leader, quickly tell everyone that this matter has nothing to do with you. You are innocent." The chief of the Divine Python Tribe glanced at the red-haired old man and Fu Anshan with a gloomy expression. The chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe looked at everyone with flickering eyes. Suddenly, the two of them looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. With a slight thought, he instantly erased the soul of the chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the chief of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe died on the spot. What happened? Everyone was bewildered. Why did he suddenly die without any reason? The chief of the Divine Python Tribe also turned his head abruptly and looked at the corpse lying on the ground in horror. "I already said that I can peek into your inner thoughts. Why didn't you listen?" A faint laughter sounded in the chief of the Divine Python Tribe's mind. The chief of the Divine Python Tribe quivered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He saw Qin Feiyang looking at him with a smile. Immediately, an uncontrollable fear emerged in his heart. Seeing that the chief of the divine python tribe was looking at Qin Feiyang, the others also looked at Qin Feiyang. They were extremely bewildered. Could it be that the death of the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe was related to this kid? But how exactly did he do it? They didn't see him make a move. He had been sitting there the whole time. Don't play any tricks. It's useless. Just be obedient. Maybe you can still live. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission to the chief of the divine python tribe without batting an eyelid. Since Fatso appeared with the two of them, he had been peeking into their inner thoughts. Just now, he saw that the two of them wanted to expose his true identity. Therefore, he erased the soul of the chief of the heavenly spiral tribe without hesitation. He did this to intimidate the chief of the divine python tribe. Obviously, he had achieved the effect he wanted. Fatso patted the chief of the divine python tribe hard and sighed inwardly. You're really naive. Boss never does anything that he's not confident of. Since he dares to let you appear in front of the chief tower master alive, he definitely has full confidence that he won't let you speak. The chief of the divine python tribe trembled both physically and mentally. What kind of person was this? Why was he so terrifying? Fatso sent a voice transmission. Don't waste time. Tell us the truth. The chief of the divine python tribe powerlessly lowered his arm. He looked at the crowd and said, Young Master Hao is right. It was Fu Anshan who ordered me to kill Li He and Shen Feiyun. The reason for killing them is just as young Master Hao said. There was another huge uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. It can't be. When the red-haired old man heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale. It was actually true. Why did it turn out like this? The chief in his memory would never do such a thing. Young Master Hao looked at him sympathetically and sighed. I told you, you might not know your chief well. The red-haired old man looked up at him and smiled sadly. Then, he looked at the chief of the divine python tribe and asked, Tell me, why did you collude with Fu Anshan? That's right. As the chief of a super tribe, how could he collude with someone like Fu Anshan? It's even more impossible for him to do things for Fu Anshan. Everyone was puzzled. The chief of the divine python tribe lowered his head and found it difficult to speak. Let me tell you. He helped Fu Anshan because Fu Anshan had something on him. Young Master Hao said. What do you mean? The red-haired old man asked. Young Master Hao was about to speak when a sigh suddenly sounded from the crowd. Young Master Hao, let me tell everyone about this personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in white landed on the high platform. It was Pei. Young Master Hao looked at Pei Yi deeply and retreated to the side. Pei Yi looked at the chief of the divine python tribe and couldn't help but sigh. He turned to look at the red-haired old man and said, Grand Elder, the evidence is that second uncle killed my father. The chief of the divine python tribe trembled violently. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even the chief pagoda master was shocked. The red-haired old man was also dumbfounded. After recovering from the shock, he said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I've known about this for a long time. I just didn't say it. Pei Yi shook his head. The chief of the divine python tribe immediately looked up at Pei Yi. He initially thought that Qin Feiyang was the one who told Pei Yi about it, but he didn't expect Pei Yi to say that he had known about it for a long time. Pei Yi also turned to look at the chief of the divine python tribe and said, Second uncle, you don't know, right? When I was young, I went to look for you once and happened to hear you and Pei Qin talking about this. The chief of the divine python tribe asked, Then why did you? Pei Yi said, You want to know why I didn't expose you? The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. Pei Yi smiled and said, Because you're my second uncle, my father's brother, and my family. You can be cold-blooded and heartless, but I can't. Hearing these words, the chief of the divine python tribe teared up. His heart melted. It was only at this moment that he realized how wrong he was in the past. I'm sorry, Zi. I've let you and your father down. He slowly knelt on the ground and buried his head in remorse. In this world, no one has let anyone down. You didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything wrong, and my father didn't do anything wrong either. It's the world that's wrong. Let's put this matter behind us. From now on, you're still my second uncle and I'm still your nephew. Blood is thicker than water. Pei looked down at the chief of the divine python tribe and smiled. He then nodded at Qin Feiyang and stepped into the air alone. That frail figure seemed especially lonely and desolate. Blood is thicker than water. The chief of the divine python tribe murmured and looked up at Pei Yi's back view with a smile. Yeah. We're family, but I'm already plagued with sins. Even if you can forgive me, I can't forgive myself. I'll entrust the future of the divine python tribe to you. When we reach the netherworld, I'll also tell your father that you're an outstanding child. Farewell. The chief of the divine python tribe smiled and looked at this world longingly before slamming his head against the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Chief, the red-haired old man yelled and hurriedly rushed up to the platform. Has already forgiven you. Why did you still do such a foolish thing? I have to pay the price for my mistakes. Only death can wash away my sins. I'll leave him to you. He's a smart and capable child. You must assist him and become the chief of the divine python tribe. The chief of the divine python tribe grabbed the red-haired old man's hand and said intermittently. He maintained a smile on his face throughout. It was a smile of relief. There was no resentment. With that, he weakly let go of the red-haired old man's hand and his head slowly fell to the ground. He was dead. Chief. The red-haired old man hugged the corpse of the chief of the divine python tribe and wailed to the sky. At the same time, Pei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the platform. However, he did not say or do anything and left without looking back. Chapter 1102. Pei left. No one knew where he went. On the high platform, the red-haired old man hugged the leader of the divine python tribe and howled in pain. Everyone was silent. They were filled with emotions. They didn't expect that Fu Anshan's matter would lead to another unsolved case. Pei Changfeng was actually assassinated by his own brother. That was too shocking. Qin Feiyang also sighed. He didn't expect that the leader of the divine python tribe would repent and choose to die to atone for his sins. The leader of the divine python tribe deserved to die, but Pei actually let go of this hatred. His temperament is admirable. Wang Yuer sighed. If this happened to her, she would never be able to forgive the leader of the divine python tribe. Qin Feiyang said, "That's right. His temperament is something that no one in our younger generation can compare to." Wang Yuer was stunned. She turned to look at him and asked, "Does that include you?" Qin Feiyang nodded. If he could get over it, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Yuer said, "I'm really surprised that you're inferior to him. No one is perfect. My talent may be better than Pei Yi's, but my state of mind is far inferior to his." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile. Wang Yuer looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. She turned to look at the high platform. Mr. Hao looked down at Fu Anshan, who was kneeling on the ground, and sneered. "Do you have anything to say now? It wasn't me, I was framed. Lord Pavilion Master, Lord Chief Tower Master, I beg you to investigate this matter thoroughly and clear my name." Fu Anshan shuddered and hurriedly cried out. When the leader of the divine python tribe appeared, he was indeed very scared and even desperate. But now, the leader of the divine python tribe was dead. Before his death, although the leader of the divine python tribe said that he was the one who instigated it, he didn't show any evidence. In other words, it could be taken as a one-sided statement from the leader of the divine python tribe. "Ha, you old man, you're really stubborn. However, I've long expected that you would continue to quibble." Mr. Hao shook his head and sneered. "Young Master Hao, I don't know what you're talking about. However, if you insist on saying that all of this was instigated by me, then please take out ironclad evidence so that I will be convinced. Otherwise, you are wrongly accusing a good person." Fu Anshan raised his head to look at young Master Hao and said fearlessly. In his opinion, now that the chief of the divine python tribe was dead, there was no evidence. Even if young Master Hao knew the truth, he couldn't do anything to him without evidence. Young Master Hao looked at him and grinned. "You call yourself a good man? Do you really think I don't have any evidence? If you have evidence, then take it out. Fu Anshan started to clamor. Because young Master Hao had admitted that he didn't have any evidence. Now that he said this, he must be trying to scare him and make him give himself away. What a joke! Who is Fu Anshan? How could he be fooled so easily? Alas! You really disappoint me. When I said that I didn't have any evidence, I just wanted you to admit it. I didn't expect you to deny it. Looks like I'm still too naive. I shouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for someone like you. You want evidence, right? I'll take it out now and let you know why you died. Young Master Hao took a deep breath, calmed down the anger in his heart, and took out the image crystal. Fu Anshan was surprised. Could it be that he really had evidence? No, he must be bluffing. He couldn't be scared by him. Buzz. The image crystal buzzed and trembled, and a stream of light flew into the sky. Immediately, an image slowly unfolded in the sky above the square. The image showed the conversation between Fu Anshan and Yen Wei in the study. In this conversation, Fu Anshan admitted that he had blackmailed the chief of the Divine Python tribe to kill Shen Feiyun and Li He. How is that possible? Looking at the image, Fu Anshan's face was full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that when he told Yen Wei about this, Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Yu had already left. But why did young Master Hao have this image? The square was dead silent. Only the conversation between Fu Anshan and Yen Wei continued to reverberate in the sky. Everyone looked up at the image with a trace of anger on their faces. It's too much. It's really too much. Such a despicable person, they actually let him succeed the position of Deputy Pavilion Master of the Exchange Pavilion. They are really blind. We must kill him, cut him into pieces. As soon as the image ended, the crowd around the square immediately roared with righteous indignation. Everyone be quiet, I have another image here for everyone to enjoy. Young Master Hao waved his hand, and another image appeared in the sky above the square. It was the image of Fu Han's confession. Oh my God! He really sent Fu Han to assassinate young Master Hao and Wang Yu. Does he think that he is the ruler of the Forgotten Continent? How dare he? The leaders were extremely shocked. Fu Han went behind my back, I didn't know. Fu Anshan roared. Yen Wei shook his head and landed in front of young Master Hao. He looked at Fu Anshan and said, Sir, now that things have come to this, you'd better admit it. You? Fu Anshan looked at him in shock. Yen Wei turned to look at the Chief Tower Master and the Pavilion Master, bowed and said, I can testify that everything young Master Hao said is true. Fu Anshan roared, Wei Yan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I approached you in order to verify these things. Yen Wei said, What? Fu Anshan's body and mind trembled, and he said angrily, Who exactly are you? Who sent you here? It's me. Qin Feiyang stood up and said. Fu Anshan felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind rumbled. It was actually Qin Feiyang's men. Qin Feiyang said, I don't easily cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of trouble, so when Fu Han confessed, I asked Wei Yan to approach you. Everyone looked at each other. He had already started to make arrangements so early, this person was too scary. When Fu Anshan heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his face full of despair. Young Master Hao said, Actually, we could have exposed your true colors a long time ago, but do you know why we didn't do so? Fu Anshan looked at him suspiciously. I'll let you be proud first. The more proud you are, the more painful it will be when you fall. Of course, the more happy we are. Young Master Hao laughed. Fu Anshan said, So, you waited until today on purpose. That's right. When you happily succeed as the Deputy Pavilion Master, when you think that you have achieved great success, we will stand out to expose you and make you fall into a bottomless abyss. Let me ask, what in the world is more uncomfortable and painful than this? Young Master Hao chuckled. Fu Anshan smiled bitterly. He thought that everything was under control, but he didn't know that he had been living in someone else's scheme. How stupid! Also, some time ago, Brother Mu made you kneel in front of the main tower gate to tease you. First, he made you despair, then he let you see hope, and finally he made you despair again. Tell everyone, how does this feel? Young Master Hao teased. Fu Anshan smiled bitterly and said, then what's going on with Li He and Shen Feiyun? I saw them die with my own eyes. Li He said, you saw with your own eyes that it wasn't us. Then who was it? Fu Anshan was suspicious. It's the sons of the divine python tribe, Pei Yu and Pei Lang. This was also a trap set up by Ancestor Mu. He sneaked into the divine python tribe to save Shen Feiyun and me, and then let Pei Yu and Pei Lang pretend to be us. Thus, the people you all killed back then were them. Li He said, it can't be, there are actually so many things that we don't know about? Is this Ancestor Mu the reincarnation of a monster? How could he do it so seamlessly? The leaders looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of fear. The leaders of the Vajra tribe and the Qilan tribe, who had always wanted to target Qin Feiyang, couldn't help but feel afraid. So that's how it is. He, ha, Fu Anshan muttered to himself and laughed out loud. After all his scheming, this was the result he got in the end. Laughable, laughable. Do you understand now? In this forgotten continent, you still don't have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Young Master Hao laughed coldly, then turned around and walked down the platform, towards the Chief Tower Master. At this moment, everyone looked at young Master Hao in a different light. In the past, they all thought that young Master Hao was just a hedonistic son who relied on the Chief Tower Master to abuse his power, but they didn't expect him to be so shrewd. Young Master Hao laughed. Father, how is it? My performance is not bad, right? Very good. The Chief Tower Master nodded, extremely gratified. This trip was indeed not in vain. Hand over the Vice Pavilion Master's jade seal for this old man. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded like a clap of thunder. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see the Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion grabbing onto Fu Anshan's neck like an enraged lion. But Fu Anshan did not have the slightest reaction, his face full of a bitter smile. The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion waved his hand and forcefully snatched away Fu Anshan's universe bag. Then, he threw Fu Anshan on the ground and said coldly, a person like you cannot be allowed to live. Fu Anshan's gaze trembled, and he finally came back to his senses. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Pavilion Master, this lowly one knows his wrongs. This lowly one will definitely change, please let this lowly one off this time. After committing such a heinous crime, you still want this old man to let you off? Are you dreaming? The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion was furious. He waved his old hand and directly slapped Fu Anshan's head. Crack! Accompanied by a shrill scream, Fu Anshan's head exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. It's finally over. Wang Yu muttered. Qin Feiyang said, this is what he deserves. No one present sympathized with Fu Anshan, and their eyes were incomparably cold. The Pavilion Master of the Trade Pavilion shouted, men, drag him down and feed him to the dogs. 2 guards hurriedly ran up to the high platform, dragging Fu Anshan's corpse and hurriedly running away. The red-haired old man picked up the corpse of the Divine Python tribe's leader, stood up, and said, Pavilion Master, I will also take my leave. My condolences. The Pavilion Master comforted him. Chapter 1103. After the red-haired old man left, the Pavilion Master glanced at the corpse of the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, young friend, what happened to him? Qin Feiyang said, last night, he and the Divine Python Tribe's chief were in cahoots. They disguised themselves as Pei Yi and tricked me into coming to Black Cloud Valley to harm me. In the end, my big brother appeared and crippled their cultivation. Everyone's pupils shrank. Even the Divine Python Tribe's chief was crippled. This person's big brother was too terrifying. Then where is your big brother now? Gong Sunbei asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, he left after crippling the 2 of them. I don't know where he is now. Gong Sunbei raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the Chief Pavilion Master. The Chief Pavilion Master smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing this, Gong Sunbei also fell silent. The Transaction Pavilion's Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully and shouted, men, take his corpse away for this old man. 2 more guards ran up and dragged the Heavenly Spiral Tribe's chief's body away. Fatso, Shen Feiyun, Li He, and Yen Wei also left the high platform. The pavilion master said, "Li He, wait a moment." Li He was stunned and returned to the high platform, standing beside the pavilion master. Wang Yu chuckled and said, "Later, Li He will definitely be announced as the pavilion master." "That's inevitable," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The pavilion master glanced at the people present and bowed. "This old man is deeply sorry for what happened today. These things are not what you want to see. Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again." "Yes, as long as it doesn't lead to a bigger mistake." The chiefs laughed. "Thank you for your understanding. Now, this old man will personally announce that the next deputy pavilion master will be Li He." The pavilion master took out the jade seal and handed it to Li He, apologizing. "I'm sorry to have wronged you." The sudden surprise left Li He somewhat at a loss on what to do. The pavilion master smiled and said, "This is what you deserve and what we owe you. Take it and manage the pavilion well. Don't let down this old man's expectations of you." Li He glanced at the pavilion master, bowed, and received the jade seal. "I will do my best." "Thank you, pavilion master." "All right, say a few words to everyone." The pavilion master of the trading pavilion patted Li He's shoulder and walked down the high platform towards the black-clothed old man. He looked rather haggard. No matter who it was, they would definitely be mentally and physically exhausted after something like this happened. Li He was not as hypocritical as Fu and Shan. He stood on the high platform and said a few words from the bottom of his heart, then told everyone to move to the Longfeng Pavilion. A banquet was definitely a must. After all, many people had come from afar. He couldn't just send them away like that, right? For a moment, all the leaders opened the teleportation gate and headed to the Longfeng Pavilion. However, the Chief Tower Master and Gongsun Bei did not go. They nodded to the pavilion master of the trading pavilion and left. Li He put away the jade seal and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. He smiled and said, "Brother Mu, young master, how miss you. I really have to thank you properly." "What about me? Don't turn your back on us as soon as you become the deputy pavilion master. You have to know that I've contributed a lot too." Fatso looked at Li He unhappily. Li He shook his head and laughed. "How could this old man forget you?" Then he looked at Yen Wei and cupped his hands. "And you? Thank you. It's fine." Yen Wei waved his hand. Li He glanced at them and said, "In short, no matter what, you can't decline today. You have to go to the Longfeng Pavilion and let me thank you properly." "My pleasure," young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I still have something to deal with, so I won't join in the fun." Young Master Hao was instantly annoyed and said, "Brother Mu, you're really boring, you know that?" Li He was also unhappy. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "I really have something to do. Sorry." Seeing that Qin Feiyang had made up his mind, Li He could not force him anymore. He shook his head and said helplessly, "It's really difficult to treat you to a meal. All right, go and deal with it. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. Let's meet again another day." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled and opened the teleportation gate and walked in. Fatso and Yen Wei looked at each other and quickly followed. Li He shook his head and looked at Wang Yu with a smile. "Miss you, what about you?" "I'm not going either. You guys have fun." Wang Yu looked at the dissipating teleportation gate and said to Li He with a smile. Then she opened the teleportation gate and left. Li He could not keep his face any longer. Young Master Hao patted Li He on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If Brother Mu doesn't go, your sister definitely won't go either. Forgive me." "What do you mean?" Li He looked at him suspiciously. Young Master Hao said, "Can't you tell? Right now, my sister's attention is all on someone." "Someone?" Li He was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization and smiled. "Seems like we'll have a wedding banquet before long." "Wedding banquet? Let's hope so. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. I'll have a few drinks with you today." Young Master Hao pulled Li He towards the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in high spirits. Main Pagoda. In the pavilion, There were standard items on the stone table. The main pagoda master stood beside the stone table, holding a brush and staring at the white paper on the table calmly. Beside him, Gong Sun Bei remained silent and stood respectfully. Suddenly, the main pagoda master waved his brush and wrote a word on the paper. This word was wisdom. The main pagoda master looked at the word, wisdom, and put down his brush. He sat on the stone bench and asked, Gong Sun Bei, do you know why I wrote this word? Gong Sun Bei nodded. Tell me about it. The main pagoda master said. Wisdom represents wisdom, and ability. As the ancients say, a wise man can conquer the world. If I'm not wrong, Lord wrote this word for Ancestor Mu. Gong Sun Bei said. That's right. I wrote it for him. How Er's performance today made me very happy, but I understand that all of this is Ancestor Mu's manipulation. He is a truly wise and resourceful person. The main pagoda master said. Gong Sun Bei's pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, Lord, are you worried? The main pagoda master said, I can't help but worry because his existence will pose a great threat to Hao. If he's willing, he can easily play Hao in the palm of his hand. I think that Lord is overthinking. Because according to my observation, Ancestor Mu is not an ambitious person. Gong Sun Bei said, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. The main pagoda master deeply sighed. Gong Sun Bei said, if Lord is still worried, I can make him disappear immediately. The main pagoda master fell silent. Gong Sun Bei's eyes flashed as he said, Lord, please forgive this subordinate for speaking bluntly. Although Ancestor Mu is a great threat to junior apprentice brother, from another perspective, his appearance can be considered an opportunity for junior apprentice brother. What do you mean? The main pagoda master asked. Think about it, with Ancestor Mu's intelligence, if he's willing to fully support junior apprentice brother, who will be able to shake junior apprentice brother's position in the Forgotten Continent in the future? Gong Sun Bei said. The main pagoda master's eyes lit up, but he then frowned and said, what you said is just an if. So first, we need to confirm whether or not he's an ambitious person, and not kill a rare talent in the cradle. Gong Sun Bei said. The main pagoda master said, are you saying that I'm jealous? This subordinate wouldn't dare. If this subordinate has any doubts, please forgive me, Lord. Gong Sun Bei hurriedly bowed. The main pagoda master looked at the garden in front of him, his eyes flashing as he suddenly asked, tell me honestly, have you ever hated me over the years? It's because Lord has given me everything that I have today. I'm already very satisfied. Gong Sun Bei lowered his head and said. The main pagoda master smiled and said, if Ancestor Mu has the same resolve as you, it's not impossible for him to stay by Hao Er's side. Gong Sun Bei inwardly let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he said, then let this subordinate take care of this matter. The main pagoda master nodded and said, give me an answer as soon as possible. Gong Sun Bei nodded before turning and leaving. The main pagoda master got up and walked out of the pavilion. Looking at the clear sky, he muttered, life is short, don't not cherish it. These words did not seem to be directed at himself. What he did not know was that not too far away, there was a colorful little snake hiding in the flower bed. It was so small that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Calm Heart Lake. In the pavilion's hall, Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Boss, what do you need to deal with? Yen Wei also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sat beside the tea table. Fatso and Yen Wei were surprised. Yen Wei was puzzled. Since it's nothing, why don't we go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, this time, the people going to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are all big shots of the Forgotten Continent. If I go, I will have to entertain them. I don't have the energy. I see. You're just afraid of trouble. Yen Wei said. That's right. The matter is basically over. You guys don't have to run around. Go to the castle and cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei was slightly surprised and asked, then the Mu clan's nest and the mysterious person who bought the herbs, are we not going to look for them? Not anymore. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. After searching for so long, he still hadn't found anything. It would be a waste of time to continue searching. Alright. Yen Wei nodded his head. Buzz. Suddenly, Fatso took out the image crystal. A beautiful white figure appeared. It was Li Yen. Li Yen asked without hesitation, "Damn Fatso, where are you now?" "I'm with my boss, what are you doing?" Fatso was suspicious. "Come to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately." After Li Yen finished speaking, the shadow dissipated. "What do you mean?" Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei in a daze. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "What are you guys laughing at?" Fatso frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "You're not bad." Fatso said angrily, "What is it? Can you make it clear?" Yen Wei rolled his eyes and said snappily, "Don't you understand? The girl has taken a fancy to you." "Taken a fancy to me?" Fatso pointed at his nose, his face filled with disbelief. Such a beautiful woman like Li Yen would take a fancy to him? You must be joking. Isn't this what you want? Hurry up and go. Don't make her wait too long. Chapter 1104. Good, good, good. Fatso nodded and opened the teleportation gate in joy. But as soon as he stepped into the teleportation gate, he retracted his foot. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a hint of disappointment. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other man looked at him suspiciously. "It's better not to go." Fatso shook his head. "Why?" The two of them were puzzled. It wasn't easy for him to get lucky in love, but he didn't go. This wasn't Fatso's style? After the incident with Chu Xian, Fat Lord has realized that Fat Lord is not suitable to fall in love at the moment. Fatso sighed. Yen Wei asked, "What do you mean?" "It means that boss's identity will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the two of us will naturally become the public enemy of the Forgotten Continent along with boss. If something really happens between Li Yen and me now, when boss's identity is exposed, we will only be in more pain." Fatso sighed deeply and said. Yen Wei was stunned and nodded, "That's true." Fatso said, "So, it's better not to talk about feelings now, lest she gets into trouble because of our true identity." Yen Wei shook his head and laughed. "I didn't realize that you were looking so far ahead." Indeed. If Fatso and Li Yen really became a couple now, then when their identities were exposed, Li Yen would definitely be implicated. Even if she wasn't implicated, Li Yen would still be in a dilemma. Fatso turned to look at Qin Feiyang and laughed, "Boss, send us to the castle. Right now, cultivation is more important, let's put aside our personal affairs." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his arm, the two of them disappeared. He sat in front of the coffee table, muttering to himself. To be honest, he was really surprised that Fatso could have such awareness. But from another point of view, he was not even as good as Fatso. Because Fatso had already seen the future and made a choice. And he was still living in a dream. She was always entangled with Wang Yuer and young Master Hao. If this continued, just as Fatty had said, everyone would fall into a painful situation in the end. "Looks like I have to settle this as soon as possible," Qin Feiyang mumbled. Suddenly, the image crystal recalled. Qin Feiyang took out an image crystal, and the phantom of the Phantom Serpent Emperor appeared. He smiled mischievously and said, "I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Tell me the bad news first." The Phantom Serpent Emperor said, "After seeing your performance during the succession ceremony, the Chief Pagoda Master thinks that you are too smart. He is afraid that you will threaten young Master Hao's position and wants to eliminate you." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the good news?" The Phantom Snake Emperor said, "The good news is that Gong Sun Bei is speaking up for you. The Chief Pagoda Master has temporarily withdrawn his killing intent towards you." "Why is Gong Sun Bei helping me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I don't know. But just now, the Chief Pagoda Master asked Gong Sun Bei a strange question." The Phantom Serpent Emperor said. "What question?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He asked Gong Sun Bei if he hated him all these years." Gong Sun Bei replied that he didn't hate him and said that he was already very satisfied with everything he had now. I feel that there seems to be an unknown grudge between the two of them. The Phantom Serpent Emperor pondered. An unknown grudge. Qin Feiyang also fell into deep thought. The Phantom Serpent Emperor shook his small head and said, "You can slowly think about this matter. I will continue to monitor the Chief Pagoda Master. In addition, Gong Sun Bei should be looking for you later. You should be mentally prepared." Qin Feiyang nodded. When the phantom of the Phantom Serpent Emperor disappeared, Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and continued to lower his head and ponder. As expected, not long after the conversation ended, Gong Sun Bei descended in the sky above Qin Feiyang's courtyard. Sensing Gong Sun Bei's aura, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, got up and walked out of the attic. He smiled and said, "Brother Gongsun, you are busy with work. How come you have time to come to Soothing Heart Lake? You are Brother Shin's savior. No matter how busy I am, I will definitely take the time to thank you properly." Gong Sun Bei landed in front of Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's talk inside." Gong Sun Bei nodded. The two of them entered the attic. Qin Feiyang made tea and said with a smile, "Brother Gongsun and Brother Shin have a good relationship." Gong Sun Bei said, "In my eyes, he is my biological brother." Qin Feiyang said, "I really envy your friendship." Gong Sun Bei smiled and said, "Aren't you and young master how the same? What is there to envy?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and poured a cup of tea. He stepped back in front of Gong Sun Bei and said, "I don't know if Brother Gongsun has heard of the saying, being with a king is like being with a tiger." Gong Sun Bei's heart trembled. He calmly picked up the teacup and tasted it. His eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "This should be the tea leaves made by the pavilion master of the trading pavilion, right? The last time I went to his place, he gave me some." Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sun Bei said, "Tisk tikiti. You have a lot of face." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "To tell you the truth, I went to him more than once to ask for these tea leaves, but he was unwilling to give me even one. It really is like the old saying, the older you are, the stingier you are." Gong Sun Bei shook his head helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If Brother Gongsun likes it, I will give you some later." "That's fine." Gong Sun Bei immediately beamed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Gongsun, you didn't come here just to thank me, did you? If you have something to say, just say it." Well, Gong Sun Bei found it hard to speak. Qin Feiyang said, "Actually, I know why you came to me even if you don't say it." Gong Sun Bei looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang didn't want to talk nonsense. He smiled and said, "You can tell Master not to worry. I have no interest in the position of Chief Tower Master at all. I was wondering why you would say, being with a king is like being with a tiger. It turns out that you have already seen through it." Gong Sun Bei smiled bitterly. This kid's mind was getting scarier and scarier. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Power is just a passing cloud. What I want is strength. Only with strength can I be qualified to stand above the heavens." Gong Sun Bei's heart trembled. He didn't expect this kid in front of him to see through it so thoroughly. Even he felt inferior to this state of mind. Gong Sun Bei said, "Then if I ask you to assist young master, what will you say?" Qin Feiyang shook his head without hesitation and said, "I won't assist anyone." Gong Sun Bei wasn't surprised at all. Qin Feiyang continued, "However, if he needs it, I will help him. However, I won't help him too much, because everyone needs to learn to be independent. If he needs to ask for help from others every time he encounters a problem, then he will never be able to become a true king." Gong Sun Bei shook his head and smiled. "To be honest, I really don't like you. Because you are too smart, so smart that it scares people. Brother Gongsun, aren't you also a smart person?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Why do you say that?" Gong Sun Bei was startled and asked curiously. "In the past, I couldn't figure out why you hinted at me, why you helped me, why you said that we were the same kind of people, and why you yearned for freedom so much. After a period of calm thinking, I finally figured it out. You are the first person to voluntarily withdraw. Qin Feiyang said. Gongsun Bei's pupils shrank. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brother Gongsun, there is no one else here. Why don't you tell me? Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flickering. After a long time, Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. Kid, you are smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. How can you casually discuss such a serious topic? Qin Feiyang said, don't you feel uncomfortable keeping it in your heart? The guess was always a guess. If the person involved didn't admit it personally, it wouldn't be true. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly. Of course it's uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm a very good listener. You kid, it seems that if I don't say it today, you won't let it go. Gongsun Bei smiled helplessly. Yes, as you said, I am the first person to voluntarily withdraw. Qin Feiyang held a teacup, drinking tea while listening quietly. It turned out that back then, when Gongsun Bei obtained the inheritance in the Land of Inheritance, some old monsters in the main tower intended to let him inherit the position of the next main tower master. After all, anyone who could obtain the inheritance, no matter which generation's main tower master it was a promising talent. This matter also quickly reached the ears of the main tower master. He definitely wouldn't allow this to happen, so he went to talk to Gongsun Bei. The young Gongsun Bei was also young and frivolous. In addition, he obtained the inheritance, so he was naturally dissatisfied with the attitude of the main tower master. He even had a falling out with the main tower master in private. However, no matter how talented he was only a disciple at that time. How could he fight against the main tower master who controlled the Forgotten Continent? In the end, faced with the main tower master's pressure from all sides, he could only helplessly compromise and voluntarily withdraw. But he knew that even if he voluntarily withdrew, the main tower master might not let him go. Because no one would let a hidden danger live in the world forever. So he swore. In this life, he would always stay by the main tower master's side and serve the main tower master wholeheartedly. It was because of this that he escaped a disaster and lived until today. But it was also because of this that their master-disciple relationship broke. From then on, Gongsun Bei never called the main tower master again. He always called him Lord. This is my past. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly. It's similar to what I thought. Qin Feiyang muttered, asking, don't you hate him? I used to hate him. Gongsun Bei smiled faintly, then stood up and said, I said these things not because I really feel uncomfortable, but because I want to tell you a truth. Man can never fight against the heavens. After saying that, Gongsun Bei opened the portal and left. Man can never fight against the heavens, Qin Feiyang muttered. Gradually, the corners of his mouth rose into a mocking smile. He was not mocking Gongsun Bei. Because Gongsun Bei was right. Man can never fight against the heavens. But was the main tower master the heavens? Chapter 1105. The next day, Qin Feiyang woke up from his cultivation early in the morning. I wonder how Pei Yi is doing now. He muttered to himself. Not only did he feel sympathy for Pei Yi, but he also felt an inexplicable emotion. Even he himself couldn't explain his emotions. Anyway, he just wanted to help Pei Yi. Buzz. He got up and opened the portal, appearing in Pei Yi's alchemy room. However, there was no one there. Where could he be? Qin Feiyang began to ponder. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up and he opened another portal, descending in the sky above a valley. In the valley, the lush green weeds swayed in the wind. The wildflowers were in full bloom, and their fragrance wafted through the air. There was a small lake in the middle of the valley, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting alone by the lake, staring at the rippling surface of the lake. It was Pei. I knew you'd be here. Qin Feiyang landed beside Pei Yi and said with a faint smile. This valley was the place where he barbecued meat with the group of children previously. Pei Yi turned to look at him and continued to look at the lake. Aren't you afraid that I'll flare up at you? Qin Feiyang said, if you were such a person, I wouldn't have come. Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. How did you know I was here? It's simple. You often bring those children here for barbecued meat, which means that this is a pure land in your heart. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Pei Yi sighed. I didn't expect that the person who knows me the best in this world would be you, someone who doesn't know me well. Yeah. I'm also very confused. We don't know each other well, but why do I want to help you so much? Qin Feiyang said softly. Help me? Pei Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang took out 3 potential pills, 2 potential pills, and a small creation pill. He smiled and said, take them. What kind of pills are these? Pei Yi looked at the pills suspiciously. These are pills that can make you reborn. Qin Feiyang said. He then released his sacred power and helped Pei Yi unlock 6 levels of potential. The surprise came too abruptly, and Pei Yi still felt like he was in a dream even after the 6th level of the door of potential was opened. After an unknown period of time, he came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, why are you helping me? I don't know either. Maybe it's because your experience has touched the soft spot in my heart. However, no matter what the reason is, I hope that you can properly cherish everything that you have right now. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out 2 more pills. One was the 9 Revolution Dragon Blood pill, and the other was the Small Creation pill. This Small Creation pill is for you to use when you become a 9-star battle saint to open the door to the 7th level of potential. As for this pill, it has a certain probability of allowing you to break through a small realm. You can take it now or wait until you've broken through to the Battle Saint realm. Qin Feiyang handed the 2 pills to Pei Yi. Thank you. Pei Yi grabbed the 2 pills. As for the origin of these pills, he had no intention to ask about them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, you don't have to thank me. I just hope that you can show mercy to me when we become enemies in the future. Enemies? Pei Yi was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the lake and wondered if there would really be such a day. Ancestor Mu, how dare you come to the divine python tribe? All of a sudden, an angry roar was heard. A red-haired old man flew through the air and landed opposite Qin Feiyang and Pei Yi. His old face was full of anger. It was the Grand Elder of the divine python tribe. Pei Yi looked up at the red-haired old man and said, Grand Elder, don't be rude. The red-haired old man said angrily, what are you doing? He's the one who ruined the reputation of the divine python tribe. That's the truth. Even if he doesn't say it, people will find out sooner or later. Pei Yi said, what about Pei Yu and Pei Lang? Do they deserve to die too? The red-haired old man hollered. Pei Yi said, have you ever thought about why second uncle chose Pei Yu and Pei Lang over Pei Zhe and Pei Luo because they're all second uncle's sons? The red-haired old man frowned. Pei Yi said, because they're good for nothings. Even if they don't die in the hands of Ancestor Mu, they'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. They're all your family. How can you say that about them? The red-haired old man looked at Pei Yi in disbelief. I know. But have they ever treated me as their family? I believe I don't need to tell you this. You should know it in your heart. Pei Yi said calmly. The red-haired old man sighed deeply. In fact, he was not the only one who knew. Everyone in the Divine Python tribe knew that Pei Yu and Pei Lang had always disliked Pei. They even harbored ill intentions towards him. It was no wonder that Pei Yi was so cold. The red-haired old man glanced at Qin Feiyang and humphed coldly. No matter what, the Divine Python tribe doesn't welcome this person now. I don't plan to go to the Divine Python tribe either. Qin Feiyang said calmly. He turned to look at Pei Yi, cupped his fists, and said with a smile, I've done what I should do. I'll take my leave first. Pei Yi nodded. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and left. The red-haired old man walked in front of Pei Yi and said earnestly, listen to me. Don't interact with him too much in the future. Pei Yi said, listen to me too. Don't provoke him in the future. He's not someone we can afford to offend. The red-haired old man looked at the disappearing portal and frowned subtly. Back to Qin Feiyang. He did not return to Calming Lake. Instead, he descended on Black Cloud Valley. There were some things that he had to put an end to. He took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon, Mr. Hao's image appeared. What are you doing so early in the morning? Mr. Hao was still a little tipsy, probably because he drank too much last night. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Get Wang Yu, and come to Black Cloud Valley immediately. Mr. Hao was stunned and said impatiently, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to go to Black Cloud Valley? Just come. What's with the nonsense?" Qin Feiyang snorted and turned off the image crystal. He entered the ancient castle and started refining pills. Time passed by quickly. About half an hour passed. Mr. Hao and Wang Yu finally arrived at Black Cloud Valley. Qin Feiyang had already come out of the ancient castle. Looking at Qin Feiyang, Mr. Hao said unhappily, "Why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Let me tell you, if you don't have anything important to say today, I'm not done with you." Wang Yu did not say anything and just looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to the two of them. He smiled and said, "One for each of you." "What is it?" Mr. Hao was suspicious. "See for yourself," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them took the jade boxes and opened them. They were immediately stunned, only to see 7 medicinal pills lying quietly inside the jade box. Mr. Hao looked at the 7 pills suspiciously and then looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What kind of pills are these?" "These 3 are potential pills. They can open the door of potential from the 1st to the 3rd level. These 2 are potential pills. They can open the door of potential from the 4th to the 5th level. These 2 are small fortune pills. They can open the door of potential from the 6th to the 7th level." Qin Feiyang explained them one by one. "What? There are pills that can open the door of potential?" The two of them were dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang ignored the two of them and continued, potential pills, and small fortune pills can only be taken when one is at the 9-star realm. For example, Wang Yu, you're a 9-star battle saint now, so you can take them. But if you need the help of pressure, you can look for your parents and grandfather. As for Brother Hao, you're a 1-star battle saint now. You can only take them when you're a 9-star battle saint. These precautions must be made clear, or else someone might die. Let me digest it first. Mr. Hao stretched out his hand. It felt too unreal. Wang Yu was the same. In the past, Qin Feiyang took out the Jianghu yellow dragon pill, which had already shocked them. Now, he took out a pill that was even more shocking than the Jianghu yellow dragon pill. Potential pill? Potential pill? Small fortune pill? These medicinal pills, they had never even heard of them before. What was this guy doing? Mr. Hao suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked up at Qin Feiyang. "That's not right, Brother Mu. You're too dishonest." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, "I've already revealed everything to you. Why aren't you honest? Since I can only take them when I'm a 9-star battle saint, why didn't you give them to me when I was still a 9-star battle saint? Now that I've broken through to a 1-star battle saint, you're giving me these pills. Then I can only stare at you?" Mr. Hao frowned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Was our relationship so good at that time?" Mr. Hao was about to cry. He was only a 1-star battle saint now. He didn't know how many years it would take to cultivate to a 9-star battle saint. Wasn't this torturing? Looking at Mr. Hao's tearful expression, Wang Yu raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't be discontent. Of course you can say that. You're a 9-star battle saint now. You can use it immediately. When you open the door of potential, you'll immediately be reborn. At that time, you'll leave me a few streets behind." Mr. Hao said unhappily. Wang Yu suddenly became angry and said angrily, "Then don't you know how to work harder? If you don't go to the Dragon Phoenix house a few more times, your cultivation will be more than this." Hearing this, Mr. Hao felt awkward. Wang Yu glared at him snappily, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Is this the reason why your cultivation speed is so fast?" "I have already opened the 6th level of the Gate of Potential." Qin Feiyang nodded. Wang Yu took a cold breath. He had actually opened the 6th level. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and said, "Why? In the past, when I asked you to tell me these things, you weren't willing. Now that you're giving us so many pills, it's impossible for there to be no reason, right?" She kept feeling that the Qin Feiyang today was different from before. "Yeah, what?" Mr. Hao also reacted and looked at Qin Feiyang in